Good morning. Welcome back to the College of Economists of Catalonia. On behalf of the Dean and myself, as President of the Knowledge Economy and Innovation Commission, I hope that this day are being very satisfactory for all of you. And I know that many of you have come from far away, and others, despite being much closer, have had to get up early and drive to the center of the Barcelona. I'm thinking of people that come from Tarragona, for example. Welcome to today's conference that will continue to delve into sustainable wealth creation. Today, we will have a first intervention speech from Leif Edvinsson, one of the founders of the New Club of Paris. And after that, we will carry out very significant roundtables for the creation of sustainable wealth. We will discuss about the impact of disruptive technologies, and in the other, we will discuss on ethics and negotiations as a basis of successful global entrepreneurship. I hope you enjoy the day, and without further delay, I pass the floor to Stefan that will welcome you also.
Buenos dias. Good morning from my side. I hope you can hear me. I hope also. Great. I hope that you also had very enjoyable and inspiring knowledge tapas yesterday evening, as promised in the program, that encourages the exchange and facilitates the exchange, which is wonderful. I think we had a fantastic day yesterday, and I want to use the opportunity again to thank Julia, to thank Jose and Reliosa for organizing that, to thank the college for providing us the space for that, for the New Club of Paris. The topic is more than relevant. I highly recommend to you to watch the video message of President Zelensky, which he sends yesterday to the Frankfurt Book Fair. That is really inspiring, where he mentioned that for well-being in a society, you need knowledge. And you need knowledge, especially to protect democracy and to protect our values. So the knowledge economy, it's not just a buzzword, it's key to focus on knowledge, because no knowledge might be maybe the route for a not so prosperous future, for not so good developments, even for manipulation and dictatorship. So I think that was a very timely message from him, also in strong connection to this conference. So without further ado, I leave the floor now to others, to Leif and the speakers of today. I'm looking very much forward to the program, and I wish you a successful second day. My best greetings again to Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. I don't know if Leif is in the waiting room. No? Okay. Well, then someone can. Well, our first presentation was with Leif Edvinsson to make an introduction on Industry 4.0 and their relevance. Okay. Well, just wait a minute, because Professor Leif has to connect from Oslo and well, or Helsinki. I don't really know where is he in this moment, but anyway, we will wait a little bit, because in the program he was entering just now, but I prefer to wait a little, because if we start the roundtable, we have two problems. There is not every people of the roundtable still having arrived, and also, well, then Professor Leif will have to meet too much late. Okay, then let's wait some minutes. Okay. Yes. If someone in the sale has the mobile phone or direct contact of Leif, please act. Okay. No. No passa res, ja hem començat i estem esperant a Leif perquè havia d'entrar ara i 10 i no hi és.
The audience is waiting for your connection. Conference. Everybody is sitting since 5 minutes. So, okay. Now I have what's easy won't check in now. Is that correct? The voice is so down.
Okay.
His voice is so down that he can't do it.
Okay, then we will skip.
We have to skip.
We have to skip.
Sorry, everybody is wishing all the best to you. We had the opening of Stefan already. Next but it's okay. So we wish the audience also a strong rebound and a strong conference.
Okay, from what I have heard from the call in the room, Professor Leif has no voice today, and well, for his age and for his situation, we have to cancel the presentation, and then we will skip the presentation and we will start.
Suggestion that we call back Stefan.
Okay. 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 Yes. The people from the round table is here in the room. Then, if you are ready, we can start just now. Okay. Then I will do one thing. Okay. I will present any of the people of the round table, And then when I present, you come to the stage, okay? And then start the dynamics, okay? Well, first of all, thank you very much, everybody, for the interest. I will present Eduard Martí Lineros, okay? Eduard is Chief Information Officer and Director of Connectivity and Intelligence at Mobile World Capital in Barcelona. He's in charge of the National Observatory of 5G, the 5G initiative, and all the projects, technological projects of the Mobile World Capital in Barcelona. Okay. Eduard is an engineer, informatic engineer, and informatic technique in systems in the Open University of Catalonia. He has a, well, he's certified in innovation by the IESE, and also has an experience of 30 years at the technology information sector, and in the public space and the private space. His professional trajectory is very large. I can say that I know Eduard from long time ago. Yes, he takes it. Then he has been Director of Innovation and Knowledge Society Architecture of Barcelona during long time. Also has been working from Sopra Steria, and well, he has been also, he is the Dean of the College of Informatic Engineering of Catalonia and President of the Professional Associations of Technological Information and Communication of Catalonia. Thank you very much for being here today, Eduard. Pleasure. Second, I will present Aurea Rodríguez. Can go to the stage. Aurea Rodríguez is founder and general director of Talentea, a consulting company that helps SMEs and foundation in sustainability, innovation, and talent. Aurea has been working in innovation and technology over the last 20 years with multiple responsibilities in organization, administration, and technology companies. She has been Director of Business Innovation at Acció. You remember that yesterday we have a meeting also with someone, with the Executive Director of Acció, the Innovation Agency of the Catalan Government, and Managing Director of Eurecat in Tarragona, the Catalan Technology Center, among others. Okay. Nowadays, a member of the board of the biotechnology company Q-Genomics, and in the Dark Institute, Professor of Innovation and Senior Expert of European Union in Tech Transfer. He is one of the 100 experts of the Spanish Foundation of the Innovation, COTEC. She's a great connector of knowledge, people, ideas, and business. Thank you very much, Aurea, to being here today. Thank you. Take a seat, please. Well, then I have to present Alexei Garcia Perez, that is also one of the speakers. Alexei is a member of the New Club of Paris. Alexei is also Vice Dean of Innovation of the Coventry University. And Alexei is an expert in cybersecurity, but not the usual only technology approach. His approach on security is based on mainly on knowledge security, how to secure the knowledge of the public sector and private sector. And well, thank you to be here from abroad, and thank you. And the last speaker is Waltraut. Okay, Waltraut Ritter is also a member of the New Club of Paris, founder of Knowledge Dialogues. Waltraut is works on transdisciplinary applied research project, difficult to pronounce, on societal transformation, which requires new forms of engagement and communication between different stakeholders, organizations, institutions, and individuals. Waltraut is an information scientist specialist in applied research on knowledge-based society at Knowledge Dialogues, founded in 1997. The research areas of this entity include urban and regional innovation system, public sector innovation, data governance, and digital and smart cities, and sustainable urban mobility. She is regularly contributing on these topics and working in working groups of international and multilateral organizations within the United Nations system. She is a member of the Eurasia Management Studies Organization, the European Women Management Development Network, and the International Council of Knowledge Management, and is a founding member also of the New Club of Paris. Thank you, Waltraut, to be here today. And well, let's start the roundtable. Well, first of all, I want to put a little words about the topic. The importance of disruptive technologies for sustainable wealth creation. Okay, we know that now we have a very big convergence between disruptive technologies. These disruptive technologies are changing the market and the institutions and the business models very quickly, but you know that people don't want to change. You know that there is always a resistance to change, and then we have to adapt, and we need a pace to implement all the technologies. Okay, and then this part is very important from the perspective of intellectual capital and knowledge management. Then doing that is a huge challenge, because the technologies that will come will disrupt in sectors that will disappear. Lot of companies will close. Other companies will start with high success, and the map in the map of the relevance in the market will change, as we have shown in the past, but more quickly, still more quickly probably. And then this is a very important issue to have in mind for the next future. Okay, and also in the aspect of sustainable wealth creation, it's very important, because a lot of these technologies disrupt on sustainability. Okay, that means that for example, if you work from home because you have very good connectivity, then your carbon footprint diminish. Okay, and if everybody works from home, or a lot of people work from home, then the impact on this carbon footprint is high. Okay, and these are some new technologies that helps to track from the agriculture to the table of the people, all the process, and then we can assure that there are not contamination, and that the production has been correct with the environment. Okay, and well, all these technologies will affect very much on sustainability future and on new business model and changing in the future. And this is a very important topic from the perspective of intellectual capital and knowledge management, because well, I think that is not a question of only technology, but it's also a question of human adaptation of the new technologies and the convergence, quick convergence of these technologies. Okay, and then I will give the voice first of all to Eduard. I will open your presentation here.
It's not necessary.
It's not necessary.
You don't want.
Okay.
Okay.
Then
I know this presentation, of course.
Okay. I suppose, but just for the people.
With
well,
presentation.
I will share with the audience, and then I will give you. I will give you the
presentation. Is not my discourse. It is the presentation. Okay, only for. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Juliana. Thank you for your invitation. It's a pleasure for me to stay today with you in this round table, talking about the possibilities of the new technologies in the new era, because we are in the starting days of a new era. Digital technologies must be the base of the new digital society. Of course, we have to think that the technology is not the ending goal of this society. The ending goal of this society is to get the best conditions, the best quality of life of the people. And in this way, we are working to provide people, citizens, with the best solutions. Of course, with digital technologies, because this time is the technology of this time. In this case, I'm working in this case with intelligent communication. That intelligence connectivity are enabled technology over the ending technologies like artificial intelligence or blockchain or big data or something, some different computer technologies are working on. Intelligent connectivity consists in the provide people with the best connectivity circumstances or best connectivity tools to create disruptive services. Today, we are thinking that in the next future, we will see services that today are impossible for us to imagine these services, because the possibilities that intelligent connectivity provides us are very large and very incredible possibilities. In this case, we are living the time to deploy the 5G networks around the world. Is a real situation, but the 5G that we are at this moment is not the ending version of the 5G. We are working providing different evolutions of the standards, different evolutions of the 5G connectivity. But we have to think that the 5G is not the only intelligent connectivity, the only possibility of intelligent connectivity. 5G is one of the solutions to provide the best conditions of connectivity for the people. In this case, 5G is the more popular solutions in the technical scopes, also in the society. But we have to connect this type of technology, 5G technology, with satellite connectivity, with the expansions of the fiber optical infrastructure, and also with other different technologies, mobile or non-mobile, to provide the best conditions of connectivity. In this case, we are thinking, we are talking about the possibility to offer 3 types of benefits in the connectivity principally, mainly, sorry. First one is low latency. We are using now connectivity with latency, with high latency. With the high latency, is very difficult to provide, for example, real-time applications. One example is the mobility, autonomous car. Okay, today we have some examples of autonomous cars, for example, Tesla, but the systems that are using these autonomous cars is not full completed. It's not exactly the final version of the autonomous car. We need that the cars talking between them. Okay, this is machine-to-machine protocols, because if not, it is not possible. The autonomous mobility. This is an example of the need of low latency. There are a lot of examples of the low latency is needed. For example, to remote chirurgical operations, assistance from hospitals, or the new configuration of the aircraft. Low latency then is one of the benefits or the needed in this digital era for create disruptive services. The second characteristic is the enhanced mobile broadband. We have enhanced broadband with fiber optical connections. We have the possibility to transmit and to receive a lot of information, a lot of data, and build over this big amount of data, complex services like, for example, artificial intelligence, getting data from the cloud with a massive quantity. But in mobile connections, we need the same type of mobile or broadband. Okay, 5G provides a lot of broadband, similar to fiber optical, for example. We are increasing a lot the capacity of the 4G connectivity. And the last improvement is hyperconnectivity. One of the problems here also is that when we are all of us are connected to the Wi-Fi connection, okay, or all of one are connected to the mobile network, we lost the connectivity because the network don't support this amount of connectivity. With the internet, with the intelligent connectivity, with the 5G connectivity, we have we will provide the best connectivity for millions of devices at the same times. 1 million of devices in 1 square kilometer. This is a very high level of. This is necessary, for example, for industry, for the new version of industry, not for the 4.0 industry, just for the 5.0 industry. That is the next generation of the industry. In the future we could provide industries with cables, with connectivity, with mobile connectivity for all the sensors of the actuators that are necessary in the industry, for example. The three goals are, or the three characteristics are very important when we're talking about the intelligent connectivity. Also, we have to change the paradigm of the technology, the infrastructural combination of the devices and of the elements in our infrastructure. We are talking that in the next years we will see how the cloud configuration of the world, of the technological world, will change. We are working to different combination of the elements to get distributed architectures in the world of the infrastructure, using a new conceptualization of the cloud that is the edge computing. The edge computing is not only related to the store of the data. Is not only related to, is related also to the capacity to process this data near to the end user. This is very important because we could organize the data and the process of this data around all the network using different types of the technologies. And then with the specific configuration, we will get low latency, for example, for the autonomous mobility or for the health services. Edge computers are one of the most important configurations in this new type of networks, and also the slicing. One of the characteristics of these new networks are that the capability to create a specific and personalized connectivity for each people, or for each person, or for each device in the network. For example, we can create a virtual connectivity specific for the emergency services, specifically security, specifically configured for these services. Well, with network slicing, we provide people with specific services. And also contributing to the sustainability. One characteristic of the 5G connectivity or 6G connectivity, the next generation, will be that we can get a specific and personalized connectivity at the time when it's necessary, not all the time, using resources that is not necessary using in this moment. I think that these are the specific characteristics for the 5G in general, or the new generation of mobile. But my message is that it's not sufficient with 5G. We have to continue deploying the fiber optical infrastructure around the world. In Spain, we are very happy because we have a good situation in Spain, and specifically in Catalonia, we have a big and amazing fiber optical network, but it's necessary to extend the 5G technology, continuing deploying fiber optical infrastructure. And also in the future, we will talk a lot about satellite connections. We have in the future two types of satellite networks, two types of networks, or two types of technologies in the satellite connections that improve a lot the services. Well, this is a numbers of the impact of 5G, but these numbers are not the real numbers now, because this is a study of European Commissions in 2020 that we have a pandemic, we have a difference, the war, and related to the numbers, the impact of the 5G in the economy, you can find a lot of studies now in internet. One of the most important studies of PricewaterhouseCoopers, the last studies, and the impact of the economy of the 5G connectivity, of this new type of intelligent connectivity, are over hundreds of billions of dollars. Different. Nothing is not the same. In UK is not the same, and in Europe is not the same. I think that the impact will be very high. As I said, there are a lot of studies, but the most important is that these technologies open new ways to create new services, to create new ways to change the lives of people in terms of jobs. For example, the creation of the new jobs, the need of the new talent to attend these new services, the need of the engineers to create these new types of configurations, distributed configurations. For me, 5G is a big opportunity. Thank you. No, this is not 5G connection.
No, it's not 5G connection, yes. Well, thank you very much, Eduard. So it has been a very brilliant and smart presentation. Then I will give the voice to Aurea. Aurea, you want to? Okay.
Because I'm short. I'm happy to be ¿Tienes parada? ¿Tienes parada?
Sí, sí, sí.
El ratolito que te he puesto el receptor. Sí, sí.
Molt bé. Sí, sí. No, aquesta.
Sí, va arribar. No tenia dubtes.
I ara repeteixo la cara.
Fantàstic. Compartir. Suposadament és una. No sé. A veure, per aquí. Sí. Ok. Amant.
No.
Tenga el micro.
Tienes abierto. Ten su dedo.
Ok. Ah, vale. No, amb el passador. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you to Julià because he's my mentor in this knowledge economy. So I'm very proud to be here with these wise people. I'm learning. I'm always learning. I'm a person that is always learning. It's my best skill. So this is a good skill today. I would like to speak with you about disruptive talent because I have been working in technology during the last 20 years. And I have been working in biotech mainly, but also in ICT and other fields. And what is important is that people is the most important thing. So this is why I founded a company, a very small company, a micro company that it's called Talentea. Talentea is a startup that I am leading, that we work with knowledge management in innovation and sustainability. So this is why Julià told me, please come here and speak about your profile. Okay. So the title is Disruptive Talent for the Sustainable Wealth Economy. And I would like to thank you to the New Club of Paris because I think it's my ideal environment to speak about this. Everybody has a motto and a purpose in their life, and these two children are my motivation. This is my mainly motivation to follow the purpose. And the University of Cambridge says that the wealth economy is a framework for sustainable prosperity beyond the GDP. And I add is a framework for sustainable prosperity beyond the GDP for the future next generation. So that's my motto and that's my purpose. Innovation is my life since, I think, since the last degree that I follow. And it's the main thing and the main pillar of competitiveness in this new world. In fact, the Global Competitiveness Report has 3 pillars, and 2 of them are related with innovation. So this is why I think that innovation is the main thing and the main key pillar in this new economy based on knowledge. In fact, I love this because the Global Innovation Index in 2020 told that innovation was a currency. It's completely completely different. Why a currency? Because the main economies in the world are now competing for this innovation index, not only in a level of a region or a city or a country. In fact, the main countries that are more innovative, are more resilient, and have more healthy economies. In fact, here in Europe, two of them, Switzerland and Sweden, are the main economies that are growing and growing and growing. So innovation means competitiveness and means wealth economies, not the happiest economies. This is a key important point. Not the happiest countries are innovative. Innovation for me means all this. Means education, means sustainability, means development, access, competence, internationalization, value change, new value change, as he told, collaboration, industry, of course, regulation, information, and entrepreneurship. But on top of that, the main things for innovation are talent and technology, two of them with T. And other key indicators that are important for innovation and to start a new thinking and new business model is to try to see what is happening in the world on top of that competitive indexes. And one of the things is that we have global approaches and we have global challenges, but we don't have the same regulations. So different regulations in a global world complicates innovation. We have another thing that it's quite important, and it seems that now we are aware about that, is that natural sources, that we have a scarcity of natural resources. And it affects directly technology and technology applications, of course. I don't want to speak about semiconductors and so on, because you know about that. But this is important. This is a key point. We don't have the same maps in the different, we have different maps for different things, and we have to put all them together. We have also a lack, we have two maps from the north and from the south about children born per woman. So this is a quite important, because if we need talent and future talent, where is the talent, or where will be the talent? Will be in the south, not in the north. So we have to take into account that if we need in the future, we need, of course, technology, but people. We need people. Where is the people? The people will be in the south. We have what we say a twin transition, two transitions at the same time. We have the digital transition, but also the sustainable transitions. We have to work together. We have to define and afford the challenges together. Technology, as Julia said, is affecting and is helping to grow new business and new value chains that are growing exponentially, because these new disruptive technologies are have a seeding chain reaction model, that it's this one, that it's based in digitalization, deceptive, disruptive, desmaterialization, desmonetizing, and democratizing the technology. So this is quite important to take into account, that all this is affecting this new challenge, new value change. And if you see the top innovative companies in the world, the main ones are from ICT, technology, pharma, and chemistry. These are the main that are investing more money in innovation. Changes, accelerators of global matters today. We have two transitions, the sustainability and the digital, that come from a real problem with the global climate, but we have other problems, other big problems that are improving in some ways the ways of working, the business models, and evolving the challenges that we have. So these are big accelerators of the innovation and big accelerators of new solutions. This is an important slide because, okay, and where is the money? Where is the money? These companies are growing exponentially, but doing what? Okay, if you see the red bars are the tangibles assets, and the white bars are the intangible assets of the companies, of the main companies in the world, the 5 main companies in the world. And you have here an evolution from the 1975 to date, okay? 45 years, that it's my age, so I know very well. And you see that the white bar is growing exponentially. What is growing is not the tangible asset. What is growing is the intangible assets. So in fact, this is an amazing news. The 80% of the value of the main companies in the world is intangible. So now we are in the soft economy, really. These are the top most valuable companies in the year that was born my son. I know very well because I was a consumer of Johnson & Johnson, Potitos, Procter & Gamble, and so on. And the 5th main companies in the world 10 years ago were industrial companies. Nowadays, the 5 more biggest companies in the world are technology companies. And the 80% of this company is soft. This is a scheme why the 4 pillars for intellectual capital are, one of them is the human capital, people. The second one is relationship capital, that it's about reputation, brands, the value of the brands, but also the reputation of the people, so people. The third one is structural capital, it's about IP and so on. The owner of the IP is the people. And the 4th is strategic capital, that who defines the strategy is the people. So at the end, the 80% of the value of the main companies in the world is based on people. And what people? What people now? What is the people that will create this value? I am from the last century. My son says, Mama, you are from the last century. I say, yes, yes, I'm from the last century. And you are from this century. And you are the alpha generation. The alpha generation will be the people that will be the consumers, but also who will create this value. They were connected. They were connected. And sometimes literally. Literal. There are people that is literally connected to these devices, okay? So we have more, the talent is more connected than ever in the history. They work in a net, they play in a net, they communicate in a net, but in network also. So it is quite important. The technology is the way, but not the organization. So they work through the net, but they play in network. This is a new challenge for us. I don't know if you these alpha people or these new people from this century, they have been always in a hybrid world. They relate easily the real world with the digital world. So new business models are based on these 2 worlds together. So I don't know if you know Talk Alive, but this is an amazing idea from a big company that sells you the t-shirts in the real world, and you have your own avatar with the real t-shirt. So in my case, I have paid 4 shares because I have 2 children, 2 in the real world and 2 for the avatars. This is an amazing thing, you see. This is an example of the metaverse. I don't want to speak about the metaverse because it's large and you have to organize another, another meeting, but you can do things in this digital world complemented with the real world. So this is an hybrid world that is growing and growing and growing. The World Economic Forum says also something that is surprising, that says that in the 2025, the main top skills that you will need as an employee will be related with your human capabilities. So first one is innovation, surprisingly. Second one is complex problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. The main ones are those that are more human, not related with the technology, related with your own capabilities. So at the end, this century and in this time, you have to be, you have to have capabilities and knowledge STEM, but also shape. Shape, I don't know if you know, but these are the letters for social sciences, humanities, and the arts, for people and economy. So you have to be people STEM and shape, both, not only one. In the last century, we were STEM or shape. Nowadays, we have to be STEM and shape. Okay, I'm a believer of the technology. I believe on that, I support technology, but being aware that there are a lot of risk. And we have to take into account that it could be, we have to be aware that there is a lack of ethics in some cases, there is a digital gap, there is a loss of privacy and autonomy, and digital world is not a planet B. We have only a planet. So it's quite important to take into account of this global risk. Good news, there are good news about the new generations and the talent and so on, because they are consumers and they believe in human values. They pay for human values in the brands. So new brands values are innovation, are trust, ethics, responsibility, consumers, teamwork, and so on. This is not greenwashing. This is what the consumers are trying to say to the global companies. Okay. This provides new claims in the companies that are based in health and that are based in sustainability. This is a very good campaign of Nike that it's now. And at the end, what I would like to say is that, okay, we are in the digital world, we have these disruptive technologies, we are growing, but the main thing is that the values that are growing more than ever. In fact, there is a great resignation of the people in the jobs in the States and here in Europe, not so much, but yes, because they need to be comfortable with the company that they are working and with the values that they have. And I would like to end the presentation with this time cover that I love, because it says that how to do more good. This is important because this is about sustainable waste economy. So thank you very much. Don't forget to be happy, because this is the most important thing.
Thank you, Aurea. Well, now we will take the voice to Alexei. Okay, we have to to copy your presentation here. Okay. Yes.
Sí, clica ahí y ahora clica aquí, clica aquí. Ah. Un momento. Ahí está. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here this morning, and thank you to those colleagues who are online. I think the beauty of being one of the last in the event is that I have seen a lot of what's been said so far. And I will try to give you a presentation, share my views on the subject that we are focused during this event in terms of sustainable wealth, value creation, but also the role of knowledge in it. My background, I am a professor of management information systems at Coventry University in the UK, and I'm also a visiting research scholar at Georgetown University in the US. My original background was in computing, but I quickly moved onto the less technical dimension of the technology to work on knowledge management. In particular, I'm looking at Coventry University, leading a group, research group that is working on the non-technical dimension of cybersecurity. The group is called Data in Organizations and Societies, and we are looking at the concept of digital resilience and taking that vision of cybersecurity that we're all familiar with to the management board of organizations, just to show them that cybersecurity is a knowledge problem rather than a technology issue. So we are approaching this from different perspectives. And today, having seen the presentations over the last, yesterday and this morning, I thought, well, maybe I won't be talking too much about the role of, about the technology in itself, but I tried to talk about what's the role of knowledge in connecting transformation, not just digital transformation. We had an excellent presentation yesterday on digital transformation. So I will be using digital as an example to raise a few questions about the overall problem. So since yesterday, we've been seeing generic concepts, I mean, some keywords from the conversation we've been having. Yesterday, we started talking about agenda setting, new Club of Paris role, a blueprint for tomorrow, future, positive futures, common good, sustainability, capitalism. But we also talk, and even this morning we've seen, is it wealth, value, or is it creation? So where do we put the emphasis? And we've been talking about more issues related to the employee and the organization, like brain power. Remember how many times we mentioned brain power yesterday? Action, impact, culture, trust, intellectual capital, of course, is being key. Knowledge. And we have been, I think, throughout the sessions, we've been talking about transformation. So as I said, I want to, the way I see it, knowledge is, from my perspective, that element within the organization and in society that keeps transformation and sustain and sustainable value creation moving in the same direction. It's the connection between creating value and transforming the firm. A bit of background. So how have we, I mean, what is the current economic landscape? We're talking about the knowledge economy. And we see a growing volume of literature on the knowledge economy. The knowledge economy is not just a stage, is a process moving from the agricultural, the agrarian economy into industrial and then knowledge. We have seen how the shape of society has changed, how the requirements of the organization have changed, the skills required by the employees, how the populations have moved, how it's changing. And we are now going beyond that into a disruptive and customer-centered economy, where some organizations are being able to use the growing volumes of data that we are producing to design, develop products and services that are personalized, so they know what we want and they are developing those products. So we're seeing the use of the technology that we've been seeing today in these presentations for the purpose of disruptive customer-centered products and services. So the point here is, let me see if I can hide that. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, so how did we get to this point? As I said, I will be using digital as an example. I won't focus too much on the specific technologies. I just want to use the digital environment as an example. Some of you will remember. Some of you will remember. Yeah, the free and open source software community, 80s, 90s, where we saw, I think, in the digital environment, that was, from my point of view, that was the origins of people working together from different parts of the world for a common purpose in terms of, I mean, developing an operating system, software that would be different to what was in the market, but actually that would be free and open to all for use. And we saw Linux at the time, so based on Unix, etc., etc. And then we started seeing when we had our first email addresses, and the email was in its early stages, but we could still see there were mailing lists that you could post a question in the hope that someone will get back to you with some feedback. And that was brilliant to see how it grew over time, and to the point that you were easily going to one of those mailing lists. Even didn't have to post the questions; you could find answers to the issues you were looking for. And then online collaboration tools have been emerging in different directions, from enabling knowledge discovery. So you go online, you find these days most of what you're looking for in terms to support your work, your research, your playing for children. I think as Aura was mentioning, children just go there to check everything. Just it's because it's within a few seconds they can see, they can find what they're looking for. But they also enable you to do the networking, create contents and productivity tools, such as the ones that support our work. And what we're seeing is that a combination of growing volumes of data available, as I said, that we are creating increased computing power and mobility, powerful devices that we carry with us, collecting data about what we do without consent sometimes without. But some companies are investing on knowledge to disrupt the markets. So some of the big names we've seen it in the previous presentation. Some of the big companies that have over the last 2 decades made significant they have created significant value, if we want, by using data. On the left there, we have that the big group, the group of the biggest ones. Here you have even organizations that, Netflix going from providing access to contents, to creating contents based on our patterns, our viewing patterns. Companies that don't have an infrastructure, but they provide taxi services and accommodations only by using technologies and data. And just as an example, we can see how those companies performed during the period where the economy was more affected throughout the world, during the pandemic in the last 2-3 years. They all made profit. And as I said, then came the pandemic, and that was a catalyst for the for the use of technologies for creating value. And we are today using Zoom to broadcast our presentations. I just wanted to use this as an example of how one particular business that wasn't there, well, it was there, but was very early stages, 3 to 5 years ago, how it shut it, and we are seeing now billions of minutes of calls in Zoom, supporting not only the shareholders, but also society. And this is where I think there are some questions that we need to address in terms of supporting that debate on sustainable value, the role of knowledge, and the transformation of the firm. So looking at this, I started by studying the work of Stewart and Milton back in 2003, when they were producing the sustainable value framework. That was, you see, on the vertical axis, you have the time, you have today and the future. On the horizontal, you have the internal context of the firm, the externalities of the firm, and how sustainable value would help. But then I thought, well, this is more about embedding sustainability within your operations. But when we're talking environmental sustainability, by the way, what we're talking here, I thought, is it goes beyond that. What we're talking here is about the perception of value or sustainable value for the business. Think about stakeholders. First of all, we have to think, when we think of value, we think of stakeholders that go from the employees all the way to business partners, shareholders, and society. And we're talking about creating value for all of them. Is it not the purpose of the business to create value? So is value creation not the engine that over the last 150 years have been transforming our societies and our economies? And then what we mean in sustainability, I see two main issues, two main areas there. One is sustainability as sustainable over time. So we're doing something that we can continue to do and continue to include others without affecting, so everyone gains from it. And we are embedding sustainability of the and profitability of the entire ecosystem that where we operate, the social environment, the economic environment, our shareholders, our stakeholders, and the natural environment. So we are protecting the environment. It's sustainable from that perspective as well. And transformation. So it's not just digital transformation what we're talking. We have to transform the culture of the organization. We have to move all those businesses that we're seeing that are disrupting the market today. They really have a different culture internally. So they are more agile. They are forward-looking. So they are not working on the principles of the industrial or the agrarian economics. They're looking more in a more open way, where leadership and decision-making takes a totally different perspective. And we have colleagues in the room who teach and are specialists in leadership. So leadership in today's environment is not the same as it was 50 years ago. And where everyone at all levels will need to develop new competencies. All employees, middle management, senior management. But it's not only the culture of the organization, it's also the culture of the environment. And we are talking, we are co-creating value with our stakeholders. So we need to share the values. We need to work towards the same values as our stakeholders, because their values define the value that we can create. And again, that means social, economic, and environmental, or natural environment. So just briefly, we know that when we're talking about culture, we know that knowledge drives change. So we're talking about dynamic, knowledge-driven strategies that are aligned to the personal values of the individuals in the organization and our stakeholders. So we're moving from data-driven value creation to knowledge-driven business models. So what Google and the other companies that have been mentioned today, what they're doing, yes, they're using the data, but it's actually a knowledge-driven strategy. So they are building, they're creating knowledge out of our data, and they're creating products and services. We need a knowledge culture within the organization and the value chain. So ethics and trust. If we are to work with if we are to co-create value aligned to our stakeholders, we need to share the ethical principles that they expect from us, and we need to have their trust. Concepts like integrity, reliability, these are essential for the stakeholders to believe what we're doing, engage with us, share the data if we want, share the values, and support, co-create value with us, support our knowledge creation effort. So it's a management, workers, customers. And as I said before, we need to have a knowledge-driven strategy. And we were discussing it yesterday. It's not that we adopt technologies for the sake of using technologies or showing our customers that we use the latest technologies. We use technologies to support our mission, our vision. We use technologies to make the process of creating value for the organization and the stakeholders and the whole value chain and society to do it better, not for the sake of digitally transforming the firm, because the problems that we face if we adopt technologies without if we adopt technologies that do not fit our needs, the challenges are bigger than those that we would face if we just do the things the traditional way. So I just want to finish with this, just to re-emphasize the fact that to, from my perspective, knowledge of our customers, knowledge of the values, knowledge of the expectations, knowledge of our products, our services, our employees, is that little wheel that makes the transformation of our firm, of our business, and our society operate in the same direction of the efforts that we put into creating value in a sustainable way. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexis. It has been a very interesting presentation. Now we will charge the presentation. Is here. Oh, what's the name?
NCP.
Yes. NCP, Internet Governance Portal. Okay. I will open and share. Okay.
Okay, maybe I can already start a little bit. So the topic of this session has really covered a lot of different aspects of digitalization, from talent to transformation and 5G. I would like to go back to the basics of what we mean when we talk about digitalization. And digitalization only works because of the internet. And not many of you may know that the internet is currently really very threatened. And so I don't know how many, I mean, for instance, I was interested in your presentation on the young generation. Have you ever asked your children who owns the internet?
Yeah.
Do they know?
No.
Okay. Do you know? Do you know who owns the internet? This is actually interesting because this is really a topic maybe for people born in the last century, because nowadays we take it for granted. But I wanted to get back to this topic because in 2025, we don't know how the internet will be governed. And that's why I want to tell you how the internet is governed now and why this is for information society and knowledge-based economy really a very essential basics of the whole functioning of our digital world. And so that is the, how do I do this? Page down. Yeah, I want to use this one. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, this one, okay. It doesn't work. I mean, let me take the page down. Where is it? Page down, yeah. It's stuck. I would rather use this one, yeah. So the challenges of internet governance. This term is actually a term created by the UN. And do you know which agency is managing the internet? It's actually the oldest one from 1865, the International Telecommunications Union. So of course, a century ago, this was the organization that manages the full of telecom engineers that manages the telecom infrastructure. But now, of course, they also deal with AI and big data and ethics and accessibility. So the scope of internet governance has really exploded in the past decades. Yeah, thank you. And so the internet governance structure is critical. Our critical infrastructure underlies everything when we talk about digitization. And the complex governance mechanism, I want to explain in very brief words, because it is actually also quite complicated to really, but maybe you have heard about some of them, IANA or ICANN or IGF. So these are all, so it's basically not managed by a single body or a single country, but it is the governance is a complex system of multiple players that are determining the technical infrastructure, the numbering infrastructure, the naming, you know, why is this BR is for Brazil and DE is for Germany, all these things. This is all international norms, international standards, international conventions that lead to this institutional network. And that is very complex in itself, but it is really threatened at the moment because there are some countries in the world say, oh no, we don't want this international system, we want our own internet. And the two countries, the most country that's most famous for it is China. China is like, doesn't really have an internet, they have an intranet behind the wall, they have their own internet, but it's not accessible to the outside and vice versa. So, and that is the kind of the threat, that there are many more countries today that think the internet governance is actually a national issue. So like the Ministry for Digital Economy should manage the internet, which is completely absurd in a way for everybody who grew up with the idea of the internet as a as an asset, an intangible asset by humankind, to freely communicate, to freely share content and information and data with everybody in the planet. So I'm very grateful to Alexei that you mentioned this, the beginning, the open source movement. And also this, it's basically started with the email, no? the internet. But of course, it's much more today. So this is, I don't go into details here. There are many, if you look up internet governance, you find many short explanations on how this actually works and who has the biggest say. Roughly speaking, you can say that the technical community is still the most influential one in this whole network, but that there are also more of the kind of legal, socioeconomic and policy-driven stakeholders who are, for instance, who want to focus on ethics or on accessibility. Because we should not forget that humanity is not yet connected to the internet. There's still like nearly 50% of the world not connected to the internet. That may be something we need to keep in mind. So it's this multi-stakeholder process that itself is an innovation. It's an innovation in the international policy-making space. And it's by and from the UN or steered by the UN. And that yesterday we had some comments about the UN that it is so useless and cannot prevent anything and so on. But actually, I think it is still the best infrastructure that we have for a really inclusive dialogue with every country, not just the rich countries, but the global south, and like an international policy-making space where a dialogue about the future of the information society is possible. So this is the website down here. You can see the whole development from internetgovforum.org by the UN. And the whole journey actually started in 2003. And it is so unique because where in the world do you have a global policy issue where you have technology companies like the big tech companies who were mentioned, the governments, the different governments, civil society together. That is quite unique. We don't have many spaces where we have, where we allow this kind of multi-stakeholder process. And then there are also, on the governance perspective, two big things that we need to understand in the internet or information society. There is a very big group of organizations who want to keep it to the technicalities of the internet. So that means, how does the internet work itself? But of course, it has changed a lot. So the Geneva Declaration from 2003 and also the UN Sustainable Development Goals clearly go much beyond. They talk about freedom of expression, access to information, and all these people-centered, inclusive, development-oriented information society aspects. And I think that is also something that the New Club of Paris is concerned with. We are not interested in knowledge society per se, but in the kind of development and future-oriented possibilities that the internet and the knowledge and information society structure enables us to build upon. So, of course, it is important to have this broad governance together in this field. Okay, so this is kind of a historical thing here. So it all started in 2003. And there was something called the World Summit of Information Society. How many of you have heard about this? It's a long time ago, it's a history. But this was, so the United Nations came together and the Secretary General said, hey, there's a lot of information and data there. How actually, what do we do with this as a world body? And so it was more than just telecom. So the ITU was clearly going far beyond the ITU mandate. So then they had this a long, everything is long in the UN, discussion process on the question, how do we define the information society? What is it actually? We know, internet started like 95, 96 in that area. And so 2003, there was already a big part of the world that used the internet 1.0. And so then they decided, well, let's think about what does this whole development mean for the world? And then in Tunis, in 2005, about 20,000 participants from all the UN countries, 174 countries were there. I was also one of the 20,000 people over there in the desert, no, not in Tunis, in a huge tent. And there were all these people, and it was such an excitement of defining, what is the intangible economy, the internet society, and what do we do with this? And it was at this period in time, it was still a very optimistic phase in the world. 2003 is very, very different from what we have today in terms of spirit, and in terms of the internet is a huge enabler for prosperity and growth. There was an incredible optimism about the wonderful world that the internet gives to humankind. So this spirit is, of course, nearly, not nearly gone, but threatened. So today, nearly 17 years later, there is what you can see in this whole development is that, so after this 2005 event, the UN decided, they got the mandate to every year organize an internet governance forum. So every year this happens. And that is a forum for everybody to discuss what is the state of the internet, what is the state of the information society, what do we need to fix, where is it going? And over these years, there is really this strong competition between two visions of the internet. And one is an open internet, an open information society, an open knowledge society, or a kind of a state-controlled internet like China and India, but there are many more. So it is now, I would say, it is nearly 50% of the world who doesn't like this international model anymore and wants and sees the internet as a national thing. So, and then of course there is a much stronger influence by big tech now, that's why we say the internet is Google or Facebook or whatever, and digital geopolitics. So you can say that from the early optimism of shaping this learning world of information and knowledge to this kind of really strongly geopolitical field has grown a lot. And yeah, I still remember 2000, that was the last pre-COVID Internet Governance Forum. It was hosted by the German government in Berlin. And there was still the slogan, one world, one net, one vision. Okay, so there you can still see the German government still very strongly supported this kind of idea of openness and togetherness. And the rich countries support the poor countries with giving them access to technology and so on. So, and now this year in November is the 17th forum in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa. And it's interesting because it's the topic for this year is resilience. And so there you can already see that the nations are quite aware of the threats to this kind of global governance model. And so the motto for this year is resilient internet for a shared, sustainable and common future. So you can see here the people who still have this vision of the original open information society, they still put this in the title. And these are the 5 main topics. And you can see these are not technology topics. These are all topics that are connecting people and safeguarding human rights, big topic. Then avoiding internet fragmentation or the splinternet, what I mentioned before. Then governing data and protecting privacy, enabling safety, security and accountability. And also then how do we deal with these new questions of AI, quantum computing and IoT, 5G, all these questions are also part of it. Yeah. Okay, so that's happened. And I want to mention this is a fully hybrid event. You can join one of the many, if you're on 5G, I mean, you know this anyway, because I think Spain is quite active in this field. You can join all the sessions. They really make sure it's inclusive. They have a translation for every session and so on. So it's a very good process to take part. And also it is really safeguarding all these diversity aspects. So you always have people, they make all sure for every session you have people from representing the continents, representing gender, representing kind of age and so on. Okay, so as I mentioned before, this IGF mandate expires in 2025, which is quite soon. And so this coincides with the 20th anniversary of the World Summit of Information Society, which I mentioned before, the one in Tunis. And so that means we don't have much time to think about and to consider with what legitimacy the internet will be governed in the future. So what do we do from 2025 onwards? So that's a really interesting question, and it's kind of interesting that internet governance is not a topic you see in the business papers very often. You know, that's really, I find this very funny that it is such a crucial thing for our survival that we have a working internet. And at the same time, so few journalists bother about writing about all these aspects. You must be really kind of an insider to follow these things. The World Economic Forum has quite a good, follows these developments quite well. And they are also very worried because for the business, it's a huge concern. But I think it should be really, I mean, I teach this topic in universities, and I'm always amazed that students today, they have like no clue about all these topics. It's like they know everything about the digitalization, and but they don't know anything about the governance of the very infrastructure. Okay, and finally, this is also one of the SDGs in the one on the very complex goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. There's also several sub-goals that deal with this kind of resilient information infrastructure for current and future knowledge sharing. So yeah, so this is just to give you a short glimpse. I think I won't be going to Addis Ababa in person this time, but I think I will join many of the sessions, because now we only have 2 more sessions. No, 2022, and then 2005 is the last one, and it will be quite interesting. I do believe what I heard from colleagues, that most likely, because the SDGs also have the 2030 goals, that maybe this mandate will be extended one more time to 2030. But anyway, given the state of the world, can we still find a majority of people who are advocating the open and free information society? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe we can switch on the light, because it's very difficult to. Sorry, yeah.
To see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Waltraut. And well, now we have to start the round table, okay, but by itself. I have some questions for any of you, personal questions from your presentation and from your background, okay, but then also I have a pair of questions, very general. Okay, I will start with the personal ones. Okay, I will ask about your deep knowledge about your background, about the questions that have been in your presentations, and then I will start also with you, Eduard, talking about 5G, 6G. Okay. Well, what is the future of these technologies? What are they progressing, and when we will see this implemented?
Okay, as I said, see? Is it okay? As I said, 5G is only a step in the long progress and evolution of a 3G PPP. Standard isn't a standard. In fact, internet is an accident because it's the final evolution of IP protocol. For example, 5G is only a step in the long history of the 3G PPP standard, and is always in progress. Okay, in fact, 5G is chapter 50, 60, and 70 and 17 of this standard. At this moment, we are the first deployments of 5G. We have 3 types of 5G. In fact, we have DCS 5G. This is first type of 5G that it provides half a mobile broadband, higher broadband. But now we are in the time of the program of the second generation of 5G, non-standalone 5G. Okay, that are combining this 5G with 4G and 3G in general. And the next years we will see how the 5G standalone, that is the end version of 5G with all the capabilities, half a mobile broadband, slicing, edge computing, etc., and low latency. It's very difficult to explain how 5G was deployed around the world. It's very different in Europe. It's very different in Spain than in France. It's very different. In Spain, we have a good coverage of 5G non-standalone, for example, in metropolitan areas, but in rural areas, it's very difficult. We don't have 5G. We don't have 4G. We don't have fiber optical connectivity. And it's very important to extend the big opportunity of the 5G or the 6G or the new connectivity around the world, around all the territories. In Europe, we have a time slot fixed by the European Union in the 5 years ago, so more or less, 5 or 10 years ago. Then it said that in 2025, all the metropolitan areas, urban metropolitan areas in Europe, will have 5G standalone. This is not.
Is realistic?
No, it's not realistic because it's very difficult that the 5G standalone, the final version of the 5G, will be real in 2025. I think that 2030 is a good time for the expansion of the 5G in big cities or in big metropolitan areas in Europe. Another way is Asia, for example, Korean is a 5G country now. they have 5G standalone, and they have, but it's another scenario, or China is another scenario, for example, or US, they have 2 scenarios, the rural areas don't have 5G in general, but the C areas, for example, they have 5G. I think that the 6G is the next generation, but it's the next chapter of the standard. Is not we have a lot of chapters of the standard, and I think that is for the next 10 or 20 years, the real 6G. I think the most important thing is that this type of connectivity, this powerful type of connectivity, don't generate new gaps, new digital gaps. And this is, I think that is a big opportunity, but there are very dangerous scenario for create new gaps, because if some people get excellent connectivity through the 5G, the other people have a problem because their opportunities are not the same of the people connected, no? But I think that we have to work hard to not produce these gaps, okay? But it's a real that the 20 next years we will see a big evolution in the connectivity with new types of internet. Perhaps we will see a federations of internet, you know, and the communications are basically most important thing in the new configuration of the new services.
Okay, thank you. One of another question that has arisen from your answer, okay, that is well, rural world, okay, the countryside around the big cities in Europe and in the rest of the world, the configuration of cities and countryside is well, similar.
Yes.
It's a very big problem in the, yes. For example, people like go to the countryside for the weekend, okay, and they like to live there. But they have to come again to the city because they don't have connectivity. They can work from there.
Not only for this, for business, for example, if we want to create new business in the rural areas, we need connectivity for the digital society, you know, for this knowledge society, as you say. For this, is more important to collaborate with different connectivity tools. We are working now with the satellite connections. The most important connectivity for the rural areas and the global connectivity is through the satellite connection. Not it's through the fiber optical. It's not through the 5G, for example. Is the satellite connections. We need to improve the satellite connectivity. There are a lot of people working in this, and I think that is an opportunity. For example, this week we start a new services in Valle d'Aran, in Viella. This is a rural in high mountain. This is a rural area, and we are using satellite connectivity to provide a new emergent services for people. Not 5G. It's impossible because if I want to turn on the 5G connectivity in Viella and high mountain, I need to provide fiber optical with a base station, and the base station make last mile implementation of 5G. This is very expensive. It's more easy to provide a satellite connection, geostationary satellite connection, no different types of satellite connections, traditional connectivity, and then routing this connectivity to internet to the traditional networks like fiber optical or 5G. I think that the combination of different implementations, different networks is the solution for the rural area. If it's not, it'd be very difficult because the carriers are not interested in rural areas because they don't have customers for these services.
Okay, thank you. Well, now I want to make a question to Aurea, okay, also related with your presentation. What do you think that about the technologies that we have today how they will evolve and how they will impact in the market. Is a very challenging question, but what's your opinion?
I think that the question is easy to answer, in the sense that the evolution of this implementation of the technologies is positive. Is positive in the market because they are useful to do things, to improve the productivity, to improve the services, to create new services, to create new value chains. So in the sense, it's easy to say, yes, it's growing and growing and growing. And it's growing and growing and growing, the assets that are related with, but what is growing and growing and growing is the GDP mainly. I would like to say something that is related with water, because it's quite important that, for instance, we can do things with the technology, we can implement things, but the problem that we have is that we don't have a common knowledge to do that, because if we would like to improve the autonomous vehicles, we need a connectivity around the world. So we need to have a common knowledge that this is a good thing for everybody. And what it's happening today is we have two models of the world. Two models of the world that she says in the internet governance, but also in the rest of the technology applications. So this is the main problem that we have today. Like we have two models of the world. And these two models we have to have a common understanding of the world as a cultural organization, and we have to have these golden standards in every technology, in every application, for everybody, everywhere. And that's the main problem for technology improving, in the sense that we have the technology, we have the people, but we don't have the common knowledge how to implement that in the society. So I think there are two worlds. We are, he says, new digital gaps or silos, because China is a silo today. They are creating the Chinaverse. They are creating his own internet network. They are creating everything. And this is the official world. And I think that there are two worlds, the official world and the unofficial world, that it's focused on blockchain, and another kind of organization as DAOs, as decentralized autonomous organizations, and so on. So in the official world, we have two worlds, but then we have another two worlds that are growing in different capabilities and different ways of organizations itself. So for me, the answer is yes, it's growing. We have the technology, we have the knowledge, we will have next generation technologies that we will also implement it. But the problem is not the technology. The problem is the people, the knowledge of the people.
Yes, and the capability to modify the processes, the production processes, the value chain. I agree.
Okay, by allusions, Waltraut, what do you think about this? Thinking about these two worlds, do you think that these two worlds exist in terms of technology, adoption of technology, and well, this human divide?
I think there may be more than two worlds, but I mean the main at the moment are China and the US. I mean, in terms of internet applications, from Zoom, TikTok, Huawei is a big player, And what we can see now is if I go to these international UN conferences, you always have Huawei as a big sponsor. So the whole African continent is basically all going for ZTE and Huawei and Chinese technologies. They are not yet going for the governance models, but once you have the technology, you can also say, okay, why don't you make the internet like we do it? And China gets a lot of requests from other countries. Can you give us some advice on how to make a surveillance-proof nation state, you know. I mean, there's a huge demand for this kind of models, yeah. So open technology, open models, yeah. So I think we realize more and more that internet and technology and the value system, our value system is very much interrelated, you know. And that's also why you mentioned the 5G. There's so many different applications and visions, you know. In Europe, we tend to be very careful.
Yeah.
In Korea, it's already fully fledged.
Different,
yeah.
very different.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting that technology and culture, it's also a topic that you mentioned in your presentation, culture, knowledge, cultures, and so on.
Okay, Waltraut, just to take advantage of your experience in Hong Kong, because you have advising the city of Hong Kong as a knowledge city. Do you think that this divide between China and the rest of the world of Western countries will be greater in the future, or will be in the could be some kind of consensus? We can make some kind of diplomacy. Yeah.
Diplomacy is the case for NCP diplomacy. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, well, I lived very long, more than 15 years in Hong Kong, and well, I mean, Hong Kong, you know, in this internet governance system, you have the Asia Pacific Internet Regional Government Forum, the European one, and Latin America, and so on. And I was very active in the Asian community, which was all the Asian countries, Japan, Korea, and Hong Kong was always at the forefront of fighting for the open internet, open government, open data, and so on. But of course, this has now changed. So Hong Kong still has a relatively free internet. I hear, but it's probably only a question of time. So the governance, I mean, most of my friends, my internet friends, are all overseas now. And so they are watching the freedom of expression situation and freedom of data from outside. So yeah, so that's why maybe why this governance topic is really very close to my heart, because you can really destroy a country or a region by changing the governance model. You know, it's you can destroy a country by bombs, but you can also destroy a country by cutting it off from the world. I mean, how many countries are taking down the internet? In the Arab Spring or in Iran, as soon as there's a problem, governments shut down the internet. But that should not be possible, because of course that's not allowed if they adhere to the UN principles. But of course, the countries don't care.
Okay,
Yeah.
then there is the importance of institutions.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
and well, I will give the voice to Alexei, because you have been in your presentation, you have been talking also about the importance of institutions. And for me, there is a very important question on the future of all these technologies that will be hyper connected, okay, with between them also there is a very huge convergence, and the question of security, okay. Without security, I remember a conversation with Eduard lot of years ago about a pilot that you did in the Mobile World Capital about the what health surgical operation. Yes, surgical operation, and you say, well, what could now we don't have security in this communication. If someone interrupt this communication, or well. It's a question also about intellectual capital destroying and also knowledge destroying. Okay, we need very good security and institutions that secure all these technologies, because otherwise there is always we can forget that there is that this risk exists.
Yes,
Okay. Can you add a little bit more?
Well, yes, and yes, because I mean, without security, without proper security in the networks, the intellectual property of the institutions, the physical, I mean, more and more, the digital and the physical world are connected, and actually the boundary, not connected, the boundaries are blurred. The example of a vehicle is very clear that any issue in the digital environment could result quickly in an accident that will affect the safety of the community, not only the driver, but other individuals and groups. So security of the digital systems, it's really key to safety, to intellectual property, to the reputation of the organizations. If something happens and as soon as the information is disclosed, the reputation, I mean, the shareholders, all the stakeholders, the value of the organization drops dramatically. The confidence, trust of your customers or stakeholders in the organization disappears within minutes, and it takes years to rebuild that. However, I would say the area where we have to, we as the New Club of Paris, for example, and the knowledge management community, the area where we can make a difference is the human side of cybersecurity. So, and I take a typical example. I ran a project it's a couple of years ago with a local government authority in the UK who had a large investment in the technology infrastructure. We used over just two weeks social engineering methods, and without having developed any technology, so we managed to get the credentials of half their staff, the login and password, including a senior, I mean, a board member. What can you do with that? Whatever you want in terms of, and why was it? Because despite the fact that they had a very solid technology infrastructure, it was extremely easy to get to one of the members of the staff, of one employee, with a question, a phishing email. Your login, your password will expire. Update it. We're giving 3 iPads to when you do this, you will be entered into a draw, and we have 3 iPads for free. People go do that, enter login, enter password. Immediately, a cyber criminal will get those details, go back into the system, change the login and password, or do what they want, but they can get into the system, access all the information that you had access to as an employee. And if you are a member of the board, imagine if you're the HR director, what they can see. So our role there is to say the security of the internet, if we want, as wide as we want, is to a large extent down to the knowledge, the ability of the user, be them society, I mean employees or members of you at home, the ability of the users to understand the security problem and have the knowledge to deal with it, or at least report it, have the confidence, the trust in your organization in a way that you can say, listen, I've made a mistake, I've released, I entered my details here. I'm not sure if it works, please do something about it. Because if they don't do it, if they don't know they have to do it, if they fear of consequences of doing that, then the door is open for cybercrime.
Thank you. And now a question for Waltraut. Okay, but let me put a question about institutions and how do you think that institutions can create positive change in this area of cybersecurity?
Yeah, institutions, we spoke about it also yesterday, and I think they are, for NCP, I think they are at the core of really safeguarding governance and transparency and a good model, you know. So I think institutions in a knowledge economy, I think we should do more on this in the New Club of Paris, to look at institutions as very important organization, knowledge holders, and also institutions are maybe the organization that still have some people that you don't know anymore. I mean, those people who are still in hybrid, who still understand the last century offline world, you know, because you used this, you spoke about these never on offline generation, but institutions are still, you have still some people who know the offline world and who know how to deal with information and knowledge that is not available online. And so in that regard, the archives, I'm thinking of archives, I'm thinking of every larger organization has this kind of body of knowledge in different forms of different formats. And it's very important that we keep this. And also in the Ukrainian war, you see this now, that how the museums and the archives and the libraries are destroyed to erase the memory of the Ukrainian people. And that's always something that is under threat, you know. So these kind of the bodies of knowledge in institutions, and also in new institutions, the safeguarding the different formats and digital format, different libraries today. You still have maybe you can use your microfiche or diskettes or what you have, these other data storage devices which we don't know anymore, you know. So it's important to have this. Yeah.
Thank you. Now I think that there is some questions in the audience.
It's all.
Okay. First of all, great congratulations to this session. It was so insightful and inspiring. I really enjoyed it, and this doesn't take place too often. And I could ask at least 20 questions to all of you, but I choose just two, or one comment and one question to Aurea. Just the little comment is, you were talking about STEM, and the latest movement is also to add an A, which is STEAM, which means that art needs to be introduced. And I'm very fond of this idea because I could give a lecture on the role of art and artful thinking in specific innovation processes. There are even some small funding issues, funding ideas by the European Commission to add to projects some artists, because artists bring a totally different way of thinking into this scenario. But the question is about it's the DAOs, the decentralized autonomous organizations, and this might look like a specific question or a specific issue, but it's about reorganizing economy and reorganizing how business is working. Now, in the framework of blockchain methods, blockchain has very much been driven by the cryptocurrency issues. But if you take it more general, I think the blockchain technology, and in specific the DAOs, are an interesting approach to change the way companies are cooperating and how they become autonomous and independent from, let's say, the governance of public authorities. And this is the point I want to ask you some comment, because my personal experience is over the ages that public authorities are very much trying to influence the pathway of innovation, etc. And I think we need to also think about how, let's say, bottom-up approaches, which are not directed, because, you know, having been worked in the European framework, I always was concerned about the fact that the European Commission or the country funding schemes are giving directions and limiting, in a way, limiting the space of innovation by this. And I would like to know from you if DAOs could be one of the methods to change this.
It's only my opinion, my humble opinion in this case, because this is a huge question. But I think that on one hand, you have the character world, that it's one thing. And on the other hand, you have blockchain as a technology. And on the other hand, you have the philosophy that goes through the blockchain philosophy. I mean, we have to work together in a global economy in a flat organization. So blockchain permits these flat organizations where to collaborate with public institutions, but also private institutions or whatever. So in my slide, I show you an innovation ecosystem with the different stakeholders that could work as a decentralized autonomous organization. So for me, this is the future of the organizations. We go through, but on one hand, we have also the two worlds. So this is a big problem, because if you have one part of the world that is creating the China world in the digital world, we have a problem with that. But I think that the rest of the world, it's an important technology to have for the first time in the humankind, a technology that supports that we are all connected and in a flat organization. So this is a very important change in the capitalism itself. So for me, it's quite important, but they have risk, of course. You have the risk of the character wall and so on. So for me, it's important. And I know STEAM, but for me, STEAM has to add also more than arts, has to add the humanities and also the social sciences. So this is why I put STEM on shape.
Thank you very much to all panelists for your words and explanations. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One is for Edward, and when it's for Edward, yes. And it's about, so far it appears that the deployment of 5G, it's been used to sell more cell phones than for other things. And there are people already talking about that, no? But in theory, the real value should be the IIoT, the Industrial Internet of Things, right? And in that sense, what I see is that there are some technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality that are following a a pace step higher than the deployment of the 5G. No? So, and the real problem is that the 5G needs not intangible assets, needs tangible assets, needs sensors in the manufacturing industry, in the streets for the electrical vehicles, in the buildings, in the traffic lights, in all these things. So it's going to be the 5G variable that will make difference in the economical development in the different areas if we are not able to implement in all different areas at the same fast manner. That would be a question for you. Another question is for Ms. Waltraut. It's about, well, you say that in 2025, we might have a problem for the regulation in the internet, no? And I would like to know your opinion about the blockchain, no? Which is a system that it works with a decentralized system. Decentralized finance is an example, but there are many of them. And I know as well that there are certain reluctancy from some scientists about this, the regulation in the blockchain science. So which is your opinion? Thank you very much.
The real value of 5G is waiting for development. First, we have to use the higher frequencies, over 26 gigahertz, to get the most powerful 5G properties for the industry. Okay, it's not necessary in the new industry, 5.0, the evolution of the actual industry. We will see implemented another solutions different than only IoT, for example. We will see the implementation on the cameras, the use of the next generations of IoT. For the actual generations of the IoT is not necessary 5G in general, because a sensor transmit a little piece of data. Okay, the 5G power will be real with the 5G standalone, with the implementation of higher frequencies, and also with the implementation of the edge computing and slicing. Then we have a big and good implementation of the new services in the industry. For example, the use of digital twins, not metaverse, as I think that metaverse is only a digital twin, in fact. Yeah. Digital twins in industry are very useful for example, to test new configurations of the production chain, for example. I think that now we are walking through the evolution of the 5G, but it's real. The real implementation of the 5G is not now. We cannot see the real results of the implementation of 5G at this moment. We have to wait to the next years to see. Specifically in industry, also in entertainment. Okay, for example, new ways to produce media, new platforms, new immersive platforms. I don't believe it's a joke, but I don't believe in the metaverse, but I believe in the immersive solutions. I believe, for example, in the Internet of Things, for example. In the next year, we'll see in the Mobile World Congress, you have to go to the Congress. An example of Internet of Things. I think we have to wait and see, and well, we need good connectivity, okay, in general, the best connectivity of the world to create the best services, but at this moment it's not possible to explain the total power of 5G. If you travel to Korea, perhaps, but in Europe we have to wait a couple of years or 5 years, more or less.
Well, about the 2025, it's not like everything stops. I mean, there are of course lots and lots of organizations, institutions that work on the next phase, of course. But there has not yet been an agreement. So it's kind of negotiation phase. How do we govern the internet later on? And as I mentioned, when the internet started, all these things like 5G and ledger technology and edge computing and all these things, big data, blockchain did not exist. So that means all these new applications and technologies have been added later on. And for all these groups, there are working groups and so on. So maybe I'm not in this, I'm in IoT. I have been following IoT a little bit, but in blockchain, maybe you can just go on site and have a look there. I'm sure there's a special interest group on blockchain where you can find the latest things about standards and applications. Are you a member in one of these 5G groups over there? Or?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm a member of a lot of
yes, I thought so.
I agree on.
You know this kind of negotiation field. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Well, I will make for Waltraut also a question from the from the people that are online. Christina Mirchuk made me a question about if we consider all the aspects of development of internet until 2025, maybe 2030, what should we do to be prepared to this moment? Do we need to focus on development of some specific competencies on our society?
Well, maybe that's a good summary question in a way, because what we discussed here all was about getting involved in the future development of these of the shape of information and knowledge economy. So whether it's talent or whether it's organizational resilience and readiness or technology like 5G, it's all like we are also part of shaping the future, and so. I think that's maybe important that you we follow the developments in an area that we are interested in and get actively involved. So I think that's the only way to make sure the internet as we know it and the internet we want will exist in the decades to come. So maybe.
Okay, thank you. I like your vision of shaping the future, okay? Because in some moment of the conversation we get a little bit negative. I think that we have to think on technology in a positive way, as the capacity to change human future. And well, if there is not any other questions in the audience, okay, Jose Maria, please.
Thank you very much for your exciting presentations. I have one question for Aurea. It's in your presentation, you use the concept of intellectual capital, and in your concept of intellectual capital, there were 4 boxes. The question is, do you think that in practice companies use these 4 boxes of your concept of intellectual capital, or are the companies aware of the concept of intellectual capital?
The SMEs, no. The companies, they don't have the concept of intellectual capital, but they have the knowledge of the different boxes. What I'm trying to say is they believe that they have to take care of their reputation, they have to take care of the talent, they have an strategy, and they have, of course, intellectual property and so on. So there is no plan.
Which concepts do they use instead of intellectual capital?
They use operational concepts.
Yeah.
They use operational concepts in the sense that they have probably a human resources policy. They have, of course, in some cases, industrial property guidelines and protection. They have also communications and reputation strategy, and so on. But they have an operational concepts, and of course, they don't have the idea of this intellectual capital is the soft economy, and they can go there, and they can improve all as a whole. So my mentor is here, so you know.
She has said something wrong. Make it deal.
It's his fault. It's his fault. So this is my interpretation, but SMEs that we have here in Catalonia or in Spain that are between 50 to 250 people, they have this kind of operational concepts. So
thank you very much. But in fact, the conclusion that you think that practically the companies ignore the concept of intellectual capital. In the sense that you have defined.
Yes, they ignore, but if you explain on that, they say, well, let's start. Let's start to plan what I am trying to go and the plan to go there.
Yeah. Thank you. So I have several questions for you, Alexei. First of all, thank you very much for introducing a concept that many people ignore. That's customer-driven innovation. Customer-driven innovation. That's a key concept in my opinion, and I think that you put beautiful example of customer-driven innovation, and you mentioned different companies. Thank you very much, because you introduced, I think, one of the key issues. And then I would like also to give you many thanks for introducing a distinction between the two types of sustainability. No? Because the majority of people tends to associate sustainability to ESG, and you give the definition of another type of sustainability. This is the business model sustainability. But the question is, of the two types of sustainability, which one do you think is the most relevant?
Jose Maria, thank you. That's really a really good question. It's thoughtfully prepared, put, because the way I think sustainability, when we talk sustainability in many contexts, people, as you say, people think sustainable development, growth, the environment. So, and it is right for them to do so, but we need to look at that as a particular environment where the organization needs, where the strategy, where value creation needs to be sustainable. The value creation strategy cannot be sustainable, or is not sustainable, even if it's respects and adopts the sustainability, the environmental sustainability, but it does so at the expense of your customers. So you cannot say to customers, listen, you be here in the hotel for 3 days. We are very sustainable, so we'll give you 1 tower, deal with it. Because we cannot be changing towers, because there is an impact on you. Because your consumer will say, okay, thank you very much, but next time I'm not booking here. So if you give me the choice as a consumer, I will reuse the tower. If you impose it on me, even with good intentions, I think our values are not aligned. So, yeah. So I'm thinking, sustainability, it needs to start with the sustainability of your business model.
Yeah.
And also for your organization, but also for your value chain, for your
Sustainability of the
consumer.
profitability. I think you in your presentation that was the word profitability.
Yes, and the
Yeah, that's
profitability. If there is no profit, and I'm conscious that the term profit, it's always I was reading and I found a very good analogy in the literature. It was a quote, and I don't have the name now of the person, but they said the problem is that they were talking about sustainability, capitalism, and profit, and they were saying sustainability is seen by organizations in now, like profit was seen by the Soviet Union, so it's something that yes, I like to, but it's not but actually, unless the institutions allow for it, it's not my priority. If I can avoid it, it's fine, because yes. So on an individual basis, everyone likes profit, but it's not. Sorry, the institutions don't allow for it.
Okay.
Or sustainability, yes, it'd be good too, but I have profits to make here, so I cannot be. So
thank you. I know that's a very complex answer to the question. Yeah. Another question is that Julià introduced the title of the presentation is disruptive technologies. Disruptive technologies, in other words, means creative destruction. So that means that these disruptive technologies, they create value and wealth, but at the same time they destroy. There is a process of creative destruction. No? And in the knowledge economy, what happens is that the winner takes all. That's a very complex but then in the process there are winners and losers. When winners and losers. No? If you put examples of companies that, for example, Amazon or Alphabet, they're an example of winners in this process of creating destruction. But if I would like to, in order to know or to have a specific examples of who creates, which companies create wealth in the context of an knowledge economy, and which companies destroy wealth, because at the same time, and which countries create wealth and which countries. If you have, do you have in mind some specific examples in the way, in the matter that you dominated in the cybersecurity? For example, which are the leading companies that create wealth in the cybersecurity? Do you have any company in mind that you consider that creates wealth?
Well, so the key there would be what we consider wealth, Jose Maria. So I'm doing some.
Creates wealth.
Yes, exactly. I'm working with Airbus at the moment in security, and if we think that the security side of the company, if we think that through their work they keep us safe when we fly from one place to another, and not just and actually the passengers, but also the staff and the communities we can think that they are creating wealth, and they're not just they're not a cybersecurity company. They have a large cybersecurity department, because security, I mean, it's never more important than when you're flying or when you have an aircraft in the air. So now, are they selling their products? No, but is the security they're creating in line with our values? Yes. So I think they are, in a way, they are an example of value through security in terms of an additional. So your flight and the flights of will be safer, and therefore we are all benefiting from it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there is another question in the room, and two questions. Well, please, this will be the last two questions, okay, in the room, and then we will go to the coffee. Thank you.
So I think it was a very interesting. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. It was a very interesting discussion here on ESG. But what I would like to differ on is the assumption that you have to choose between ESG compliance or having a strategy for ESG and profits. And I think the knowledge era that we are in is actually opening the door not only to adhere to ESG principles and do things differently, leveraging technology, but actually to improve on business model, making them more resilient, making them more profitable. I have a few examples, but I think there's a misconcept that people think they need to choose between the bottom line and ESG. Whereas actually, if they do it in a, leveraging innovation and not being afraid of taking steps ahead and do things differently, there's a huge opportunity of generating wealth. Now comes my question. Are you not worried to see how Europe is falling behind? We know that infrastructures are the legacy of the wealth that a civilization is able to build. In light of the failures that we have experienced recently on the strategy of infrastructures for energy and the lack of vision and ambition of our region, when it comes to the knowledge economy, what is your view, or are you confident that Europe is able to operate or to compete with competitors from Asia, from the US? If we take the data topic, we're clearly nowhere on the map. Or even now, the Middle East, or even Russia, or, I think, are we properly equipped? And that goes back also to the institutions. Are the institutions a facilitator or actually hindering those efforts?
Okay, who is ready to respond to answer this question?
It's it's a good question for the coffee break.
Okay, but just yes, just a short answer.
It's a very good question. So you need. Sorry.
You can say yes or no.
No, there's no yes. That's exactly why it's for a coffee break, because it's not yes and no. It takes like a lot of back and forth discussion. Yeah, but I am very optimistic in some levels, but we can discuss later.
Okay, Waltraut, we know that you, well, you are from Europe and you have the vision of Asia, then it's always your vision.
Okay, it's not only Europe. I do hope that the OECD countries, or there's also in the internet governance, there's something new, I forgot to mention it, kind of the alliance of the defenders of the free internet, and that's also some countries in Africa, and it's not only rich and poor, not only north and south, it's kind of quite a broad alliance of those people who want to continue the open internet and believe in the open international collaboration and community. Yeah, and so I belong to that part because I'm optimistic about the future. Otherwise, I can just, yeah. That's a short answer. And Europe has quite a lot of innovations. The data privacy is a big innovation that many countries on this planet are now copying from Europe. So I think there's a lot of things we can also trust in the internet. Rules for AI reasoning, machine reasoning, all these are good ideas from Europe. Yeah.
Culturally as well, there are differences between, picking up on the last point of data privacy and how protected we are as individuals, Europeans. That is excellent for us. It's not so much so it's different. It's different in the US, for example, and because organizations have a different sense of ownership of the data you're producing, they can do more with it. So there is a balance, so they can do more innovations. Paradoxically, they're using individuals' data, and individuals are not benefiting as much as they could from those innovations, from the use of the data. So it's a balance to be struck there, which is a very complex issue.
That's a defense just for that. Sorry? That protection. That's a privacy for European citizens that just fell down and nobody's talking about it in the news. But with the Ukraine war, Biden has been able to push what he has been searching for so much time, or the US in general, to actually have full access to European citizens' data. So are we really succeeding here, even though the US Congress is copying or trying to have its own GDPR? Are we really progressing? And I'm not so optimistic. I'm hearing also, I heard on the news this morning that the EU is now going to prohibit Bitcoin mining. So are we hindering ourselves and blocking innovation? Are we doing a good job with our institutions to actually leave enough freedom for those technologies to come up and to build our champions before they start regulating? I feel that in the US, they are much more open and much more closer to the private sector before they start regulating. Some red lines, but they would accompany in a joint effort between public and private so that they can actually foster. I think they're much more aware. Look at the space industry. What NASA has done on giving private contracts to companies that were startups, they have built the champions of today. Arianespace is nowhere on the map now. It was our champion, it's gone. So I think that's why I'm not so optimistic. I think we're losing on the race because we're hindering ourselves. There's a lot of bright ideas, bright projects, but they're not being accompanied. That's my personal opinion, at least.
Yes, but I also think this is a question for another panel.
Yeah.
Okay, so in my case, I just would like to thank you the session. It was really very interesting. I couldn't agree more with all of you and Waltraut, also like says, and also Aurea and Edward, and especially what Aurea comments about people. To collaborate, to engage, to partner, trust, ethics, and many other attributes are necessary. Otherwise, we are going to create projects, companies that is going to find so many barriers that progress is difficult. So in this case, I thank you very much for yesterday's discussions and today's discussions, for intervention of Dr. Viedma, also for the intervention of here, Simon, very interesting. And I invite you all for the next session that is going to be about ethics and negotiation as basis for global success. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eloisa. I don't know if this needs an answer. I think that we can go straight for the coffee. Thank you very much.
Olá. Thank you, Julia. Okay, so let's start again. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to have you all here today. I would like to start thank you the new Club of Paris and the board member that is here present, Elena Tenorio, the vice president of the new Club of Paris, Linda and the Waltraut that are here present, and also the co-founder, Mr. Gunther. It's really an exciting event to have the fall meeting here in Barcelona with the collaboration with the CEC, the Collegium de Economistas of Catalunya, and also of ACCID, and also with the support of Action. So thank you so much for being here today, the ones that are here present presentially, and also the audience that are watching us now remotely. And also, thank you so much to Dr. Edna Bravo, that is in Colombia right now, watching us with all of the participants and also the other ones, guests that we have invited to be here. I also would like to thank you extremely much to the speakers that are here today. It's really an honor for me and for us to have you here with such a rich background. Okay, to talk and discuss a subject like ethics and negotiation is basis for successful global entrepreneurship. Not an easy subject, but let's discuss about it. So first of all, I would like to introduce Mr. Guilhermo de Miquel. He is a SINA consultant and also MA advisor with extensive experience in China, and also an MA and expert in negotiation. Then we will have also Mr. Miquel Gudiçol, that is not here present today, presentially, but he is remotely and is going to join us after Guilhermo. Miquel, he is the former honorary associate professor of and lecturer at Aarhus University, Denmark, and he is also the founder of Gudiçol APS Negotiation Institute. Miquel also has an extensive career advising companies, governments in the area of negotiation. Okay, and also we have Mr. Simon Aboud. Great honor to have you here today. Simon. Simon is the co-founder of Horizon Innovation Catalyst. And also we collaborate, and he has been working in different areas like agriculture, space, and also blockchain and the ESG. So with such a team here, we have also the presence of Mr. Gunther Koch. Gunther, he is the co-founder of the New Club of Paris. He is the president of Humboldt Cosmos Multiversity in Tenerife, Spain, and also the president of GRAS Network in Vienna, Austria. Okay, so thank you so much for your time and for your knowledge to share with all of us here today. The subject that we're going to treat here today is about ethics, normative, prescriptive ethics, and also about negotiation. We know that negotiation is a delicate subject because when we study and the research in the field involves many disciplines, like it can be mathematics, political science, social, psychology, and many other fields. When you go to negotiate, when you go to the table, we don't just bring with us the goals that we need to achieve in that meeting. We bring with us our beliefs, our experience, our backgrounds, our networks, our problems, and our hidden agendas. So in order to achieve a goal and that way contribute to the wealth creation and based in ethics, sustainable wealth creations, we have to consideration all of this. Otherwise, projects are not closed, collaborations are ended, and the outcome that we would like to achieve is not achieved. So in that sense, I would like to pass the word, invite Mr. Guilherme de Michel to start talking about the subject, and at the end of the session, we are going to invite a discussion in the subject, and we would very much appreciate the discussion of the audience as well. The audience here present, and also the audience remotely, if you'd like to send some questions. Thank you so much. And Mr. Guilherme de Miguel, you have the word. Thank you. Okay, your presentation is available. Aí apaga e aqui incende.
Esta. Sí, la que tiene la muralla de China. Esta, sí. Exacto. Sí, esta. Bueno. Exacto. Okay. Hello, I'm Guillermo de Miguel, and I'm here to talk to you about how to negotiate in China and why I feel I can explain you about this, because I have been living for 14 years in China, working for Fluidra. It's a Spanish multinational company in the swimming pool equipment, manufactures and distributes. It's one of the leaders in the world, and I was managing the industrial area in China that the company had in China. So let's start about, I'm going to talk first about negotiation, how I see negotiation, okay? This is an M&M, no? And the example I am explaining you was explained to me by Gary Meissner. I don't know if you know Chris Voss. He wrote a book about negotiation called Never Split the Difference. Very interesting, talks a lot about emotions. Chris Voss used to be an FBI agent, okay? And Gary Meissner was his boss. He was the boss of the crisis negotiation unit of the FBI. Okay, and he, in a workshop I attend, he explained this negotiation as an M&A, and I like it. Like an M&A has a hardcover, and then you have the chocolate. Okay, you need to trespass, to go through the hardcover to be able to eat the chocolate. So negotiation is the same. The chocolate, it's the substance, the problem that we want to discuss, what we want to get an agreement, okay, where we have interest. And then we have the hardcover, that are the emotions, okay? Each of us have emotions. So we need to deal with emotions, our emotions and the other part, emotions, okay? And then all of this would be okay if we are discussing people from the same culture, okay? But when we add other cultures, then we have different lenses, okay? We see the problem and our emotions are different, and this has an impact in the way we negotiate, okay? And it's good to have different lenses, because at the end we have different point of views, different approaches, and no lens is better than the other, okay? Just different. And we need to understand it. We need to be aware. So when we go to China, we need to, Asia, but I'm going to focus on China. Where's my experience and can I provide you? When you go to China, at the end, everybody's afraid to go to China to have a discussion and to negotiate with suppliers, customers, governments, because nobody knows how they are going to react, okay? As an example, when the stock goes up in China, it's in red. And when the stock goes down in China, it's in green. The opposite. It's the opposite. Why? Because the red is the lucky color. That's all. When you go to a mourning, okay, somebody dies, you go mourning, usually in Western countries, we dress in black. In China, they dress in white. Why? Because it's tradition, it's the background, it's the education they have. And these traditions, this education, the background they have, is what has impact in the behavior, okay, during negotiations. Let me explain. Sí, uy, aquí. Pues no, el otro lado. ¿No? Muy bien. Well, vale, okay. So let's talk a little bit of theory, okay? Because this theory allows us to understand how they behave, how we behave. Always, nobody is better than the other. It's just different. Okay, so we have affect, we have arousal, excitement, and the way we like to be positive or negative. Okay, and we have a big spectrum of options. This lady, Jean Tsai, from the University of Stanford, that is a Chinese American, 20 years ago started to study differences between American Europeans and Chinese Americans, and then he introduced later the Chinese from the mainland China. Okay, and of all the options, okay, they discovered that the ideal state for American Europeans and Chinese Americans is different. That is, applies to Westerns and Easterns in general. That is, we Westerns, we like to feel high positive. That means enthusiastic, elated, excited. We like excitement. We like excitement. Okay? But Eastern Chinese, they like to feel relaxed, calm, peaceful. Okay? So we Westerns, what we do is we try to always be enthusiastic on the top. Chinese, by culture, they try to be relaxed, calm, peaceful. And this has impact also in negotiations. Okay? We need to understand that for Westerns, The opposite to be enthusiastic is to be dull, sleepy, sluggish, 180 degrees. For Chinese, the opposite is fearful, hostile, nervous. Okay, we need to think this because we will find in a negotiation. Okay, these kind of things. And we won't understand, and they are nervous. Okay, so knowing this, when we arrive to China and we start to, we need to understand that we negotiate all the time with our suppliers, with our customers, with our team, with everybody, with the government. Even you discuss with the government, negotiate with the government. And when you are doing business, you get agreements and you sign a contract. Okay, that is important. Okay, but to sign the contract, first you need to create a relationship. That is part of the negotiation. You cannot, you want to develop a customer or you want to develop a supplier or a joint venture, a partner. In my case, I was developing mostly partners when I was in China because we had 3 joint ventures. Okay, you cannot arrive and start to negotiate. Yes, the first day you arrive, we know each other, we negotiate, and then suddenly, when it's 6 p.m., they tell you, it's time to lunch, to have a dinner. And if you want to create trust, if you want to develop a relationship that will provide us a good contract, that will provide value to us, hey, I recommend you to take the time to develop this relationship. You are not going to talk about business. You're going to talk about relationship, about family, about what you like. These kind of things. It's very important in China. If you want to do business in China, you need to create some trust with the other side. Very important. So if you are visiting suppliers, I met people that in 3 days they were visiting 14 suppliers. You don't have time to develop a relationship. But if you decide that 1 or 2 or 3 are interesting and you come back later, better you take your time to have dinner, lunch with them. Okay, so we have this. We need to create time. We need to create trust. We sign an agreement. Negotiation is finished. We start to operate. No. We have the agreement. We start to operate and we continue negotiating. Because at the end, in China, it's mentality, because at the end they don't explode everything in the moment you negotiate. They start to deal with things that they want to change contracts, they want to change conditions, they want to change. At the end, when you sign an agreement in China, you have a foundation, a basics, a reference, and then you continue developing the relationship based on that, but you will negotiate always. Second point, as I told you, create some time to develop trust. Okay, another thing, if you want to buy a company, make a joint venture, dealing with something, you need to understand also that usually the companies have more than one shareholder, and this shareholder, the shareholders are family. And big companies like Alibaba, no, but not private companies, yes. And this family, they have ties, and maybe there is one person that have 55% of the family, have 55% of the ownership of the company, so he can make decisions. No, but it's so important, the family, the relationship, the peace, the relax, the calm. It's so important that they get agreements, and the person that has the majority and negotiates with you always takes into account the interest of the family. Okay, although he doesn't like, maybe he prefers another thing, but at the end, the important is the family. More things. Time. We want to negotiate to China. We want suppliers, sales, whatever. We go there. We start to discuss. We negotiate, and we get an agreement. And the other part says, "Okay, this afternoon I will give you a reply." Chinese part. And you say, okay, the agreement, I need to go to the headquarters. I need to share the agreement with the headquarters. The next executive meeting will be in 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks, I will be able to give you a reply. These kind of things kills a lot of negotiations. Okay, you need to understand that the speed in China and the speed in Western countries is very different. Doesn't mean you need to change your procedures. Means that you need to be aware and you need to keep relations, communications. Okay, tell them, okay, we have present, not allow them to cool down. Okay, more things to take into account. Face, you know, very typical ASEAN's about losing face. Okay, it's about the state of mind. Okay, the ideal state of mind. They want to be relaxed, peaceful, calm. So it's difficult to them to open problems to you. When you have a meeting and there is a big problem, a bomba, we say in Spanish, a big problem, usually when you are getting up from the meeting and you shake hands, suddenly they come to you with the problem. And they explain you, hey, Guillermo, we are going to have an investigation from the local government because they think we don't pay enough taxes. And this can be a penalty of 2 million euros. Hey, this they tell you in the last moment. In the last moment. So before I was finishing my meetings at 6 p.m. when I was going to visit the factory's general managers. What I was doing, I was finishing the meetings at 4. So at 4 o'clock, they were telling me the big issue. So I was sitting down and I have 2 extra hours or 3 extra hours. No problem. Something you need to understand. If you were there to negotiate in a travel, 3 days travel, 4 days travel, please be sure that you have enough time, a very critical matter, of course. Be sure you have enough time, okay? And be flexible to change your flight ticket when they open the boards again, okay? More things. Let me explain you. I was discussing with my partners in one of the joint ventures. We got an agreement, we made the joint venture, and the idea is we are a listed company, so we need to make it everything legal, so we will pay the social security to the workers. Something that here nobody thinks about it. It's mandatory, we do it. In China, they don't pay social security because the company saves money, and the worker gets more money because they negotiate always the gross salary. So they don't pay, they get more money. So everybody's happy there in their point of view. So, but we are a listed company, so we told them, okay, we will pay full social security. And then what happened? They got angry. After 1 year, they got angry because we were paying too much social security, too much taxes. So you need to learn that there are national rules, and local applications, okay? And maybe the national rule tells you need to pay full social security. Maybe the local rule tells you need to pay 60% of social security, it's okay. And then the local practices, that is, we don't pay local, we don't pay. You need to be aware of this, that it's different, okay? So when you negotiate in China and you negotiate this kind of agreements, be aware that there are national rules, and local practices. More things. Let's talk about when they tell you, Guillermo, your proposal it's not feasible. In China, we don't do things this way. It's typical. A lot of companies tell you this. And reality is they don't want to do it. It's not they don't do it this way. So again, you need to be strong, adaptive enough, okay, to say which is your red lines, what you need to do, you want to do, red lines that you are not going to cross. This is where it comes the ethics, no? What you want to do, what you don't want to do, and when you negotiate. And when they tell you, no, this is not possible, fight back, okay? And understand, be curious why they don't want to do it. Because sometimes there is an option. A ver. Sí, ya está. Okay, here you are. So now let's go. Okay, we go to China and we go with a translator. Okay, and because we don't speak Chinese, we have nobody in our team that speaks Chinese, so we have a translator. Very important. First thing, try to find a translator that speaks your mother language. Okay, if possible. Okay, because then will be only one translation. Spanish to Chinese or Chinese to Spanish. If you find somebody that speaks English, okay, then it's Spanish, English, English, Chinese, Chinese, English, English, Spanish. First thing, important that the translator has knowledge of your culture. You find a Chinese translator, this guy needs to, at least in my case, if he has been in Spain or in Latin America, will help to understand each other much better. Another thing is how the translator translates. Does the translator translate literally or translates the message? Very important. For example, sometimes you use a phrase that makes a lot of sense in Spanish, but makes no sense in Chinese. If the guy translates literally, it won't make any sense to the Chinese. So if the guy translates the message, it's good. This is the good translators. There are not so many. A lot they translate literally. Be aware of this. Another thing is about translator. If you know the translator, you need to know if the translator adds message to your message. Sometimes translators like to add their point of view. Add their point of view to the message. And this is dangerous. This is dangerous because it can create a mess in the back and forth. Be aware of this. I have several examples about translators. When I arrived there, one of my first tasks there was to negotiate a joint venture. Okay. And I was discussing with the potential partner some terms, and I asked for something that it was a must for us, was a red line, must be. And the guy starts to shout. The translator translates, and the guy starts to shout. 5 minutes shouting. So I stopped the guy and I told the translator, okay, if it's 5% is not possible, 3 it's okay. And the guy translator told me, Guillermo, wait, he's venting. He's going to say yes, but he's venting now. Okay, my translator was a good one. He's my friend now, okay? But was a good one. Why? Because the guy knew, and yes, after 20 minutes of venting, the guy said, I accept. But it was about venting, about to understand that he needed to vent. And I, as a Spanish, I didn't understand the situation, but my translator understood. And I understood what was our goal. So this. Another thing, the same venture, okay? One day, everything was clear. Everything was clear. We needed to sign something, the agreement, but there was a small fringe, okay, about inventory. Who was the ownership of the inventory? This is another discussing about the accounting rules in China and in Europe. Okay, but at the end, the guy was not happy, didn't trust us enough to tell us what was the problem. So I arranged a dinner, and I went to dinner with this guy and the translator, because this guy didn't speak English, so only Chinese. And my Chinese, after 14 years, is basic, but at that moment was 0. So we start to dinner, to drink, after talking about life, family, okay? Then we went to a bar and continued drinking and go back home. 2 weeks later, we had a second dinner, okay? A better dinner, more drinking, had some problems to arrive home, and okay, continue working. Two weeks later, we had the third dinner in a very good place. And he was comfortable enough that later we went to a karaoke. There are two kinds of karaokes in China. We went to a good one. And he was so comfortable that he brought his lover to the karaoke. So when we finished karaoke, we didn't drink so much. He told me, okay, now everything is clear. I understand. I accept your conditions. We discussed maybe in 3 dinners, 45 minutes about inventory and the contract. But you need to create the relationship. And this is important because the translator was moving me through all the process, because for me, go to drink, well, you will never do this, at least myself. And he explained me, now you need to do this, we are going to play. A lady came to play dice with us. He said, hey, what's going on here? He told me, no, this is just a lady to play dice and drink with you. That's all, okay? So it's important to have somebody that you trust in a negotiation. The second point I want to talk, stereotypes. Paella, this is a paella, no? When you talk about Spain, let's talk about paellas, toros, fiesta, sangría, and siesta, okay? And a lot of people think like this about Spain. So when you go to China, you go and you think about liars, they are trying to cheat you, but people and trusted person, and you never know. It's a stereotype. You need to understand this. Why they cheat? They don't cheat. Oh, some of them do, like in Spain, like in France, like in Germany, like in UK. But what they don't tell you the problem, they don't want to lose the face with you. They tell you the problem at the last moment. In the normal life, they don't tell problems because it's losing face. So they wait until the last minute and then they tell you when you can do nothing or a minimum. Okay, so you need to be aware of this. Don't if you go to China, don't think about them like in a bad situation. Don't think bad about them. Don't have the stereotype in your head, because it's going to kill your negotiation if you think like this. Okay? So, well, this is my presentation. I hope you like it. If you have any question, we can talk later.
Oh, I would like to thank you so much, Guilherme, for your presentation. Very interesting presentation. Once again, we see like the focus is on people and they build the trust. And build the trust is not something that you build in 5 minutes. It's something that we all have researched about, that we have committed yesterday in the internal meeting of the NCP and also in the conferences yesterday, the conferences today, that focus on people and trust is built every day.
Yes, and one last thing I forgot to tell you. Chinese have one sentence that they say, you need to have the root as deep as a bamboo, but also be as flexible as possible as a bamboo, because when the wind comes, you bend, but you don't break. When you go to negotiate to China, you need to have a strong and deep root. You have your red lines, but it's important that you are flexible enough to don't break, okay? To deal with the changes, uncertainty, okay?
Very interesting. Thank you for the addition, Guilherme. So in this sense, we are going to discuss further when this session concludes. I would like to invite now Mr. Michael Goodisol from Denmark, that he is going also to speak now about ethics and negotiation. Okay, Michael, if you are hearing me now, if you need assistance, we have already the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I can either play my presentation.
Welcome, Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us, Michael?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
Okay, but I'm. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Let me see. Here. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Michael, can you hear us now? Can you speak now? Let's see.
Yes.
No, not yet.
I can hear you.
Just a second, Michael, I'm going to see if the technical support. Okay, you can hear us, but we cannot hear you. Okay.
So, can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Michael. Yeah. Yeah. It's nice we cannot hear you unfortunately, but I hope it fixes in a second.
Can you hear me now?
She cannot hear you, Michael.
Yeah, it's not arriving.
Sorry?
The audio of my voice is not arriving.
Michael, can you check if your audio is closed?
If I can do what?
Is that closed, your audio? Because here it's open. Can you see in your computer if it's closed?
What should I close?
No, can you open your microphone? Is it open? Now it's open again. It's open. His microphone, but we cannot hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can see that the microphone is open, but.
Can you hear me now?
Go out and enter again.
Yeah, if you could restart, Michael, to disconnect and connect again.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So now can you hear us, Miguel?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We still cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Still cannot hear yet, Julian.
Can you hear me now? Hello. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Okay. Michael, Duncan is proposing you could check in your parameters of the audio in your computer if it's everything okay and the volume and so on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Cannot hear you. Ahora te.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that was already before, but it's not working. Michael, can you say something now? See if we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, can I? Okay, we can end the propose the following, but we invite then Simon to talk now, and then we get back to you, so we have the time to fix the technical issue, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, but I invited you to be here with us. And I'm going to pass to Simon. Simon, would like to invite you to come in here now, and great pleasure. I've done an introduction, so please. Thank you, Simon.
Where's the presentation? The presentation?
Para la audiencia, ya tenemos que expandir. ¿Se ha convertido la presentación? Para ser grande, ¿está compartida con el Zoom? Creo que sí. Dijo Nuria que sí. No, están abiertas. Pero hay que compartirlas. Eso. Ahora. Vale, yo se las voy pasando a ver si va.
Okay. I think we're set with technology now. We're not set with technology. No. And I don't have a microphone anymore.
The micro. Okay.
Okay. Is it working? No, I have it close, so I need to mute this. Yes, but there's an echo. This one needs to go out.
No sé si es el de portátil.
There's an echo every time that you put it on.
¿Cómo lo hacemos?
A ver, voy. Aquí, clicamos aquí, porfa. Aquí.
So we're set with technology.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It's been an extra break. So first of all, thank you, Eloisa, for inviting me, and thank you to the new club of Paris. Happy to be here with you. I come from the private sector, and I will talk as an entrepreneur in the sector of technology. And I will discuss just in line with what Guillermo was talking about, which is anthropology of business. I will focus a bit more about the region of the Middle East based on personal experience. So some of the things I'm going to tell you is just my opinion or my views. They are not necessarily going to a theoretical level. I'm going to start by just, when we talk of the Middle East, I would like just to clarify, because what I'm talking about, the Middle East actually, and the Arab world goes from Maghreb to Mashrek. So Mashrek is the area that is containing Egypt and most of the Arabic Peninsula, with the exclusion of Israel, right? So Israel is a bit of is quite different. So we're talking most of the, I will talk more about the Sunni world. I will avoid discussion about Iran and the Shia world, or the Turkey and the Ottoman. I will not count them as part of the Middle East in this discussion, even though they are there. Right, so it's really very much focused on the Arabic Peninsula, just to set things in context. So every time I talk about business in the Middle East and I hear about people that are going to go there, my first word of advice is this one. Do you know IBM? Anyone from you knows IBM?
Yes.
What is IBM? I'm not hearing anyone.
Software company.
Software company? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, this is not the logo of IBM. I paid attention that it's not the logo of IBM. So that's the wrong answer. IBM in the Middle East is absolutely not intelligent business machine. It stands for 3 words: Inshallah, Bukra, Malish. So Inshallah is praise God, everything is going to go fine. We're very excited about this. You know, we want to do this, and if God is willing, then things are going to happen. That is the first thing you're going to get in a discussion, very excited, everything is positive and so on. And so you go out of a meeting or discussions in a very positive atmosphere and saying, we're heading in the right direction. A few days pass, potentially weeks, and then you come back. Say, yes, don't worry, Bukra. Bukra is tomorrow. And you might come a second time, a third time, a fourth time, and it's always Bukra, Bukra, Bukra. So it's always for tomorrow. Until the point where they lose interest, and for no reason, good reason at all, you're in a situation where we say, you know what, Malish, forget about it, doesn't matter. Nothing is going to happen. And so I'm telling that story because, and that is usually on a quite long timeline. So you need to be ready and know what IBM is when you enter negotiations or just business relations in the Middle East, especially. They tell it as a joke, but actually it's a very pragmatic word of advice to take into consideration when you go there. So nothing is what it looks like. We can get very excited at the beginning, and then things might not execute as planned, and you might need to be behind. And then if you don't succeed in keeping the interest and moving forward, then the risk is that there's a loss of interest and then things drop. So that's to set a bit the context, but let's go a bit more about ethics and, you know, in the negotiation, at least my point of view. I've made a bit of difference on what is ethics of means, so the process per se, and ethics of purpose. What is the purpose in the region? And so what is very important to understand is it's a culture of honor. So I'm half Lebanese, so I understand that a bit better than other people, but people like to know who you are, where you come from, who are your parents. You have a reputation that precedes you just because of the family from which you have been born, traditionally. People would judge you by your family name. If you are local, they will know about what has happened to your family and how it has behaved in certain situations. If your grandfather did not behave well, it's going to look bad on you, and vice versa. And so who you are, your name, your word, and your reputation are the primary determinant of trust. These are people that look for trust and honor. And so traditionally, in these countries, especially if you took the Arabic Peninsula, there was no contracts. You would have people that could testify that an agreement had been reached already. And the word of a person would actually be more important than the word of the contract. Similarly today, even though they have adopted Western tradition of going through a properly set up contract with a legal framework, what is more important to them is not the contract, is your personal word of honor that if things go south, you're not going to look for the little words, the little sentence in the contract that is just completely removing any liability on you. They need to know that you're there with them on the long run. It's not enough that you have closed the deal and you're going to deliver it. You need to be there, let's say, for the after sales service. If there's a problem, they're going to call you, and you'd better be ready to support them in good and bad times. So they are usually more focused at those processes. I think it was very interesting to hear from Guillermo the Eastern view, which is very calm and so on, and the need for building that relationship and trust. In China, it goes fast. In the Middle East, it goes very slow. Some places slower than others. It gets better as especially in the current environment where so many things are happening, and the urgency is increasing in this region of the world. But it is a slow process. They need to know you at heart, who you are, not only your family and so on. Actually, you talk a lot about family. It's very important. That's the first thing you're going to talk about. How are your children? You need to remember about, you need to actually be genuine in that relationship, that you care about the person you have in front of them and you have a personal bond with them. So next week, I'm going back to the Middle East. And I'm going to see people that I haven't seen in a long time, but right away they are more than happy to meet again and curious about what has happened to you as a person, not necessarily in the business context. So that is very important, and you need to be ready that it's not necessarily going to be fruitful in that instance, but building your network and relationship over there is very important. And they will remember what you have done. They will remember the reputation you have. I had cases where before entering in business with certain people, I had to go to very, very senior officials in privacy because I know them to say, have you heard about that person? Is it a person that is trustworthy? And they would know, and they would tell you, be aware or no, that person is stellar. It is an ethical person at heart. It will not let you down. So they know that, and that information is flowing around in these networks, and you're not aware of it, but your word and your reputation precedes you. They tend to be more strategic than tactical as a result. They need long-term partnerships. They are more looking about those. I mean, if they are serious about business with you and they really consider that you're the type of person they want to work with, they're going to look for a long-term partnership. Problem is, you need to be able to resist critical situations. So I will take an example that everybody is aware about, is the event of Khashoggi that has happened. There was a big event just a few weeks after that, which is a big conference in Saudi Arabia, and a lot of the partners of Saudi Arabia, especially Americans, had dropped on the basis that we cannot do business in that situation. So what the discussion is about ethics. There's a moment where such a long-term relationship might be put in a situation that is difficult, where decisions needs to be made, and the ethical answer would vary. So some companies have actually demonstrated that they would stand there with the Saudis, even though and through the crisis. I can tell you now for sure, today they remember. Today the contracts are going to go to the direction of these people. Is it ethical? It is a very complex question. I think we need to then go back to what ethics would imply in terms of taking the right decision for the greater good. Is it the good of your company, or is it the greater good of other elements? Is a complex one. So you need to be ready that potentially you're going to, and I know personally of one very known businessman in the business world that was working on a multi-billion deal and had to drop it and said publicly on Twitter, we cannot do business in this country under that leadership anymore. So those are moments where there's lesser, let's say, conflicts where there's a clanic kind of spirit that you stay with the clan in good and bad times. So if they need to know that they can count on you. Now, ethics on purpose. The Muslim world has a very strong sense of community culturally. So doing good for the community, it's part of the pillars of the religious pillars of Islam as it is practiced. And so doing good for the community is critical. And I think right now what we're seeing is a kind of renaissance or a new golden age of the region that was triggered by the UAE, in particular Dubai, where they had the leadership was looking at actually do good for the community, develop the country, being able to provide to their people and for their people with a better comfort, a better economical situation, and be modern. That has been a key driver since the 80s, that has come to fruition then in the 2000s, and now has made of Dubai a global hub for innovation, and they're not afraid of taking risk and pushing the boundaries, and build new infrastructures that can deliver good for the community. So that has been followed now with Saudi Arabia that launched in 2016, the Vision 2030, and the pillars of that is also very much building good for the community. Now the sense that they're getting about the community is a much wider one, as they have climbed those stairs and take on more responsibility on what is their contribution to global affairs and humanity as a whole. What is the contribution of that region of the world? They're aiming at programs that are quite ambitious. So here, for example, the Emirates, as a very small state, has been pushing for this Mars mission, which is quite actually astonishing when they had no space industry. That is a space industry that has recently developed in the past 10 to 15 years, and they have already pushed for a mission on Mars with help from external partners and collaboration and long-term partnerships. But anyways, they have done it, and not for just sell-down purposes for their own good and reputation, but also to contribute to global knowledge. I will take also the Saudi Green Initiative. So Saudi is very conscious that it needs to transform its industry, being less reliant on fossil fuels for its economy, but also that it needs to contribute and reverse part of that. So there is a very ambitious green initiative to plant 10 billion trees, and so on. So there's really now a sense that they need to contribute to global wealth, not just in terms of money, but wealth as knowledge, and wealth as we talked about ESG previously, but also on the ESG, they feel the responsibility that they're bound to. So that's a bit my experience, and a view on what Mashrek looks like when it comes to ethics in business and looking at anthropology, the anthropology aspect. So now I'll just very quickly change the subject towards Israel, which in the region is a very big exception, which has some very interesting elements to it. So do you know chutzpah? You don't know chutzpah? Chutzpah, and that's funny, I found this harness chutzpah and changed the world. So chutzpah is actually about, it comes from Yiddish, and it's about daring, being daring. So I think when you go to Israel, the first thing they tell you is, chutzpah? No, okay, so be ready, because we're unceremonious. We're going to tell the truth to you. We're going to take risk. We're going to start something out of the blue, and we are not afraid of taking risk and moving forward. And chutzpah is about being daring, being almost, it could be seen as, I wouldn't say impolite, but unceremonious and informal. It's very much the attitude of Israelis when they do business. They have that. It has been part of the strengths that enable them to push forward what they call the startup nation. We'll talk about that now, because we were talking about the economy of knowledge. So basically, they're going to be brutally honest with you. They like it, they'll go for it. If it works, great. Doesn't work, let's move very quickly to something else. Let's try something else. Let's fail. What is very interesting in the way they do business internally, and especially if you think about the Diwawale, which is the Silicon Valley of Israel, is people start startups all the time, and they change very quickly, and they learn, and they fail, But as soon as they fail, someone knows about them and they say, hey, come over here. So there's always a safety net. And so they are iterating very quickly, starting a lot of things, being bold, not being afraid of going for big challenges in a way that is very direct, very informal, and then they scrap it if it's not working. No harm done, right? Some people would not like that in the middle of trying something, they feel that, you know what, not going fast enough, not successful enough, we scrap it. Now, Israel has always been in that region in a situation where they had to work through scarcity. They were in an environment that was hostile, so they had to innovate and find solutions to solve real problems. And especially when startup nation, the startup nation mindset came in, was find a problem, idea to solution, create, try, fail, restart again. And they're not afraid of failure. It's part of success. Whereas when you go to Mashrek, failure is a no-go. It is actually legally impossible for you to, and actually it's still the case in Dubai, for your company to go bankrupt, because then you actually need to pay for it. So they have to go through very complex legal setups to avoid that the big CEO of a huge company would go into jail for an error that is done, and or if any of the branches of that company is actually failing. They need to do that because failure is not seen as something you can do. You need to stand to your word. You need to be able to fulfill your obligations. Here in Israel, it's okay. You failed, we'll start something else, and things will go. And what is also quite impressive is how they have taken on challenges that are much bigger than their own weight. So they had a project which we closely monitored, which was this lunar lander called Bereshit. It was a mission to the moon. That was a private initiative from a student who actually found the funding to actually build it with a team and then send it. And the whole nation was behind that. That is the kind of innovation. They're not afraid to go and say, you know what, that challenge that only China and the US has done, we're going to do it. But with our chutzpah and our smart way of doing things. And it crashed more than it landed. But actually, and to my point before, they're not afraid of failure. They have already a second mission that is in the making, this time in collaboration with other countries. And so that's it. I think I wanted to give you a bit of a sense of that. I think it's a very interesting region in terms of how much innovation there is and how all of these countries are actually pushing the envelope in terms, because we were talking about wealth creation and innovation. And this is, yeah, this is my view on this. Hope it was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, for sharing with us such an interesting experience, because we can see really that you completely domain the subject, because your personal experience, you work in both regions, and it's really, really very rich experience for us through your own experience. Also, like it was before with Guillermo, that also his experience in China, living there for so many years, enables you to give such rich advices. This is very, 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 very rich for us, not just we here present today, but the people, the audience that is also with us from abroad, from Colombia, Norway, and other countries. It's really interesting. So now I would like to know if you can go to Mikkel or you go with Gunther. Let's see if with Mikkel work is now.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Hi. Yes. Okay. Now I can hear you, Mikkel.
Okay, great.
Okay. So welcome, Mikkel. You see that you have had two excellent presentations up to now, and it's really interesting to see, like, you know, all based in people, in relationships, because if you are here today, we are based in our interactions of our relationships. And and they've asked to come here and invite you all here. Thank you, Miguel. Please start whenever you feel comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to New Club of Paris for inviting me. And thank you also to Ms. Eloisa Oliveira for inviting me as well. And sorry for you not being able to hear me in the first run, but hopefully it will work right now. So as Eloisa said, I'm an external lecturer on negotiation at University of Aarhus, Denmark, and also from November, external lecturer in political negotiation at University of Southern Denmark. And my background is a lawyer, former a chief attorney in the fashion industry, later an executive vice president in a big Danish corporation. And through all the years, I have been focused on negotiation and conflict resolution. So I'm also going to talk today about ethics and negotiation as with my fellow panelists. And I'm going to give a little on the Nordic perspectives. So if we look at the definition of ethics or how to be ethical, we can see that there are multiple ways to define it, as my fellow panelist also did just before me. It can be a set of moral principles, principles of conduct governing an individual or group, a consciousness of moral importance, a guiding philosophy, a set of moral issues or aspects, or the discipline of dealing with what is good and bad. So what I like when we talk about negotiation is I like to ask organizations and companies, have you taught your people in the organization what your negotiation ethics are in your company? As the speaker before me talked about, you do have a rumor, not only as a person, but also as a company. And if you haven't discussed your negotiation ethics within your company to your employees, you may risk that each of your employees have different views on what is ethical. Not because corruption is an identification of necessarily a higher ethical standard, but at least to some extent, we can see from the Transparency International that the Scandinavian countries, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, are ranked pretty highly on the score, meaning that they are the least corrupt. And if we determine from that, maybe also the most ethical countries in the world. I'm not saying we are, but at least this is some sort of guideline that there are a high degree of ethical focus in the Nordic countries. Now, when I talk about negotiations, one of the things that I find ethically interesting is lying in negotiations. So when we lie in negotiations, do we actually have any ethical rules on what is okay to lie about and what is not okay to lie about? Now, I'm giving you the Nordic perspectives here today, but I'm actually highlighting some rules from the American Bar Association for Lawyers. And those rules say that a lawyer shall not knowingly make a false statement of material fact or law. And they should also not fail to disclose a material fact when such disclosure is necessary to avoid assisting in criminal or fraudulent acts. Now, what I find interesting about the American Bar Association model rules for ethical conduct is that it says that in the bottom part of the screen, under generally accepted conventions in negotiation, certain types of statements ordinarily are not taken as statements of material facts. Estimates of price or value placed on a subject of a transaction and a party's intention as to an acceptable settlement. Those are not material facts. So what this basically means is that when we have a negotiation and the negotiations start, you know, when we prepare for a negotiation, we usually have an opening bid that we have prepared. Let's say it's 100. Then we might have a target on 90, meaning that we can give up 10 and then still end up at our target price. Our bottom price might be 70. Now, this is actually one of the things that we are not obliged to respond to if a party on the other side questions us. So for instance, if a business partner is asking me, what is your bottom line? I am not obliged to tell the truth that my bottom line is 70. If a person asked me, would you be willing to discuss 80? And I'm currently at 100 or at 90 at my bid. And the other side asked me, would you be willing to discuss 80? I'm also not obliged to tell that. I can say no, I can say yes, I can say maybe, but I don't have to say maybe or yes. So this is one of the very, very few things that we can actually lie or bluff about when we negotiate. Now, what I find interesting when I have negotiated around the world and also when I teach negotiation is how difficult it is for people to actually bluff or lie about the things that you can lie about. Of course, you cannot lie about material facts. If someone asks you if the machine you're selling can operate for 10 hours without problems, and you know it can only operate for 5 hours, of course you cannot say yes to 10 hours. But when it comes to your sensitivity as where you want to end in your negotiation or what your bottom line is, you can actually do it. But what I see, and what we see in the Nordics in general, when I negotiate with people and I ask them, what is your bottom line? Or I ask them, would you be willing to talk around the area of 80? They simply don't know how to respond to that verbally or non-verbally in a convincing manner. And by convincing manner, I mean talking about it in a way that does not give away that they can actually go down to 70 or that they can actually talk about 80. So a lot of people, they have the truth about their own bottom line inside their head. And at the same time, they are trying to manufacture a response to the question. And very often that creates a cognitive problem inside the brain, which is then translated into your verbal response and your non-verbal response. So for instance, if I ask a person that has said 100 to me and I ask them, would you be willing to talk about a price in the area of 80? What very often happens is that they will take a deep breath, which is a signal of stress. They will have a short amount of fear in their facial expression. And then they will start to talk about other things, or they will start to say something along these lines. Well, basically, I think 100 is the price. However, of course, we can discuss the price, but I don't think right now that 80 is really a price that I would like to go to right now. I think we should talk in the area of maybe 90, 95. So that is what would be my suggestion. The problem in responding like this is that it's very normal. And it's very normal. And at the same time, it also shows that you are not denying 80. Because if your bottom line was above 80, you would simply say no to 80. So when we talk about ethics and negotiation, we need to teach people that there's a fine line that you cannot cross about lying about material facts. But there are also some crucial areas in a negotiation in which the other side does not have, they cannot ask you to tell you the truth. But in principle, a lot of the things you're negotiating about, you have to be truthful and you have to be ethical. And it's also ethical not to talk about or give away your bottom line. But a lot of people don't know that thin line, and they don't have the skill set to operate within those lines and within those boundaries in an ethical manner and within a convincing manner. Now, I want you to think about an ethical self-test that I'm going to give you right now. As you see on the smileys on the screen, the red is when something is totally unacceptable, and the green is when it's very acceptable. And in between, the yellow and the blue is somewhat acceptable. And I'm going to give you 5 dilemmas. And I don't want you to ask or respond to the questions out loud. You don't have to give away your ethical standards. I just want you internally to think about your immediate response to the question that I'm asking you. If you are negotiating something very important to you, is it okay to promise good things to the opponent if she gives you what you want, even if you know that you can't or won't deliver such good things once the other's cooperation is obtained? So if you're negotiating for something that is very important to you, is it okay to promise good things to the other side in order to make them give you what you want, even if you know you're not going to give it to them? Is that red, yellow, blue, or is it green? The next thing I want you to think about, is it okay to make an opening offer that is far greater than what one really hopes to settle for? So is it okay to exaggerate your opening demand? Is it red, between yellow and blue, or green? Number 3, is it okay to gain information about an opponent's negotiating position by cultivating his or her friendship through expensive gifts, entertaining, or personal favors? So you're trying to get information about your opponent by sort of trying to become friends with them and give them presents and gifts and personal favors. Is that unacceptable, somewhat acceptable, or very acceptable? Is it okay to talk directly to the people of your opponent that your opponent reports to in order to try to encourage them to agree with you? That is, to go past the person you're negotiating with in order to get the people that he or she is accountable to, in order to get them to negotiate with you. So you try to cut out the person you're negotiating with. And then the last one, is it okay to intentionally misrepresent factual information to your opponent to support your negotiating arguments or positions? That is, to misrepresent factual information. Now, most people, when we do a test like this, they find that number 1 and number 3 and number 4 and number 5 are, generally speaking, not okay. Number 3, or number 4, actually, number 4, some people find more okay, that sometimes you feel it's necessary to go past your negotiator on the other side and reach their back table, or their the CEO or whatever person who is behind the person who is negotiating. A lot of people think that number 2 is in the blue to green area, that it is okay to make a high opening offer. Also, generally speaking, most females are a bit more on the more ethical side than men are when they respond to these questions. So a woman might be orange, where a man might be yellow, for instance. And it also tends to be a situation that as older we get, I'm 44 right now, that the older we get, we also tend to have a higher degree of moral and ethical standards. So again, I'm not going to judge you about how you responded to these questions, but I find it interesting every now and then to test your own ethical compass and maybe consider, am I doing business in the right way? And am I representing my company or my employer in the way that this company is asking to be represented? Further, I like to, when I discuss ethical behavior with business people and with my students, I sometimes like to, when they ask me, well, how do you know? How do you know when it's right or wrong? I say, well, of course you cannot break the law. That is one thing. But in the US, they have this, what would Jesus do? Which is a saying that if you're in doubt, maybe pause for a second and consider, what would a person of higher moral standards do in such a situation? Or in this case, what would Jesus do? And then maybe consider, if it was not you, but it was a person of very high degree of ethical standards, what would that person do? And another thing that I very often like to talk to my the business people I coach is, how would you feel if the other side did it to you and you found out? If you were on the other side of the table and you found out that someone had done this to you, how would you feel? Would you try to get out of the agreement? Would you take them to court, or would you consider taking them to court? Would you spread bad rumors about them to other people, to the business society? If you can feel any of these four responses within you, then you should probably not continue doing what you were planning to do. If you can say to yourself, if I found out that the other side did this to me, I would just say, okay, they outsmarted me. Well done. If that is your response, then maybe you can go on with it. But if you can feel that you would take legal actions or consider taking legal actions or spread bad rumors about the other side, if you found out they did something to you like this, then you probably shouldn't do it. Now, I'm going to finalize now. I know it took a bit longer time than I had, but I talked about age and how we mature as we grow older. In Denmark, we had this theologist, Søren Kierkegaard, and he said, life is understood looking backwards, but it has to be lived going forward. And I think that is what we can take with us in life, that we have probably all done something bad a couple of times in life, maybe even behaved questionable or maybe even unethical. And if we turn our heads and look backward every now and then, we understand what is right and wrong. And then we have to look forward and try to live life in a better way. So thank you to all of you listening, and thank you again for inviting me. And I will now finalize my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mikkel. It's really also a very interesting presentation. And you see that it's very aligned with Simon has mentioned before, Guillermo, and with Gunther, Dr. Viedma, Professor Rosario, Lina, everybody that you discussed yesterday, how the subjects are much aligned with people on the focus of everything, because organizations at the end, they are people. Decisions are taken by people and actions are taken by people. So if the interest is ethics, ethical decision is aligned, then you can create progress. And otherwise, we can create court demands, but is not the goal or outcome that anybody pretend or intend when is starting a cooperation. So thank you so much, Mikkel, for your presentation. We also have now the honor to invite Mr. Gunther Koch for your presentation. Thank you so much.
So I need someone who is loading my presentation. Whilst this happens, I just would thank you very much, my two colleagues, because I fail now in joining the negotiation issue. And the reason, my excuse is that I was very lately invited to take part in this session, so I have a different aspect now. However, it raised my experience having had a company in Germany with a sub-company in Switzerland, having had lived in France for a certain while, having lived in Spain, in Bilbao for some years, and also in Tenerife now since 10 years. So I could tell a lot of stories about, let's say, cultural differences in negotiations. And we had a short discussion during the pause that really even between Spain, if you're going to Bilbao and having the same experience in south of Spain, there are cultural differences which we may talk about maybe over lunchtime. Now to get started with my presentation, I have to excuse that I will start with one slide talking about internals of the new Club of Paris. We have a lot of discussions yesterday on the future of the new Club of Paris. And one concern we exchanged internally was that the club has been the motor for a lot of spin-offs. And some of the spin-offs still exist. I would like to mention the World Capital Institute in Monterrey, in Mexico. I myself, I'm running the Humboldt Cosmos Multiversity. Here we are, and in Tenerife, and also the CRAST network, which was mentioned on my behalf on introducing art in our discussion. These have all been spin-off activities from the new Club of Paris. But over the period of now more than 17 years, sometimes we missed that we have produced such kind of nice effects. And the first picture I want to show is about two examples, which is the one which is the Humboldt Cosmos Multiversity, which has been founded in 2012 in Tenerife. And Leif, Edvinsson, Ahmed Bonfor, the co-founders of the new Club of Paris, were attending it. And it was under the auspices of the president of Tenerife, of the island, a person called Ricardo Melchior at that time, as well as the rector of the University of La Laguna. So are we here? Can you help me on continuing? Okay, this is around, which one? Okay, this is just to demonstrate. Oh, it's not visible currently. Okay, they will manage. So I will just demonstrate two examples. As said, this is an internal discussion of the New Club of Paris. On the left side, you see the founding situation of the Humboldt Cosmos Multiversity. Left down, that's a building we are using for our presentations. Right down, some of the examples of partnerships we created there. And upwards, you may not identify the person left from me. This is the commissioner, long-term commissioner of the European Commission, Mr. Hahn. He was a science minister in Austria when I was guiding the Austrian Institute of Technology. And we have a very, let's say, colloquial relationship. And also he visited Tenerife, and we had some discussions on what is called the outermost regions of the European Union. You may know that there exists some parts in the global scenario, like the Antilles or the Canary Islands, or you name them, Madeira, the Azores, etc., which are a part of Europe. Also in the Pacific, there exist some islands, part of Europe, but the European Commission has no real idea what to do with these pieces of their for their administration. So my job in Tenerife, and this is part of the New Club of Paris strategy, is to use an island, which in that case is Tenerife, as a so-called living lab, which is using the whole island as a kind of an experimental platform. I could expand on that a little bit more. The second spin-off is called GRASP. GRASP is to touch things in order to understand it. And the idea behind it was by one of the members of the New Club of Paris, Anja Puntari, a Finnish lady living now in Italy, and myself, to introduce artful thinking in innovation processes. We may explain to some of you already what this means, but we can use other occasions to talk about these things. What I want to say is the New Club of Paris created so many interesting activities that my plea would be to think about to somehow reconnect, rejoin all these things in order to increase also the importance of this movement, because the New Club of Paris is a really important organization, but I think it is not very visible to the outside world how many things have been done there. Okay, let's continue. Now, this is a true part of, you can hardly see what it's not meant for identifying what is written down there. In 2012, there was a study made by a very famous German company, the Bertelsmann publisher, on the opinion of the Germans on the economic system. And the interesting result of this poll was, it was a very serious study, that 80% of the Germans were not happy with the current economic system. But they couldn't answer the question, what could be the alternative? They said, okay, capitalism is not working correctly, etc., etc. But this was one of my triggers to think about what is lacking. And one of the insights I could gain is from, let's say, also the history of economic Nobel Prizes. There's a lady called Eleanor Ostrom. She got the Nobel Prize for creating the idea of the commons. Or, let's say it differently, the concern she expressed, and there's another Nobel Prize winner who concentrated on that, is we should more be interested in the so-called common good. So more solidarity towards what we as a society need as a kind of a founding common interest. So the common good story, which by the way, as a movement has been started in Austria by a friend of mine, who is a kind of a guru of that whole thing, was something which touched me very much, because I thought this could be, let's say, complementary to the classical instruments of managing a company, could be something which could add ethics to business. Now, what I did, in 5 years ago, I made a presentation on identifying models and methods of how ethics could be introduced in the management philosophy. And at that time, I discovered, and this is only a picture, which is for that time that there were already 80 different frameworks. And if you are looking today, what happens with in terms of frameworks of references for ethical criteria, you will identify that I would say every week there's a new one. I will come to that back later. So what I want to say, meaning I had a discussion with a lady from the financial industries, and she was telling me just for, I think it was 6 weeks ago, that in this domain there exist already she said, I can only repeat what she said, 200 reference frameworks for assessments of ethical standards in companies. 200, which is, meaning the whole story with the ethical references, if you are looking what happened in the last 10 years, you will certainly, if you are an academic working in the academics, you will find out that ethical philosophies, chairs in academic ethical concerns are not older than maybe 15 years, but I would guess the last 10 years, people became conscious about that ethical issues are important. Now, I was very much thinking about the problem how capitalism, quotation mark, or let's say making business can get together with the common good idea. And on the bottom here, you'll find one of the titles, which was published in an Austrian quality newspaper, where the title is Private Profit and Common Good, how to manage apparently contrasting requirements. And this is more or less the subject of my presentation here. Now, today, I'm very much engaged, besides the New Club of Paris, in an organization which is called the World Capital Institute, where capital is not meaning financial capital, rather than the main city of a country. Together with the president of this organization, I published to the end of last year a book called Knowledge for the Anthropocene, which is more or less what is the knowledge we need to apply in order to manage the new area of mankind. You know that these are the big phases. The Holocene is that was the phase where we lived in up to now, and the Anthropocene is the environment which humans made. So as a matter of fact, we know that climate problems are certainly man-made firsthand. Of course, there might be other effects, but the Anthropocene is more or less anthropos, the human person is entering a new phase. And the question which we discussed there is about how to survive, let's speak like that. And within that World Capital Institute, we organized our work in several domains. The one domain I took over is about alternative economic models. So this is not about revolution in economy. This is more or less about a discussion, what could be the alternatives in establishing new frameworks. And I said it before, after the German poll situation, that the Germans at least, and I think this is a worldwide phenomenon, that people are no more very happy with what happens, but most of the people don't know what should be changed. Now, I opened a platform. This is the platform for alternative economics. You may dial up if you are interested. You can join the discussion. One contribution I'm pretty proud of, also I know it raises a lot of opposition also in this room, was that I could attract Yanis Varoufakis, the Greek former finance minister, and also a really brilliant brain in discussing these things. I'm not saying that I'm a fan of him, but he is really giving some extremely good arguments, and he entered this platform giving some ideas what he thinks should be done in order to make it happen. Now, coming to the key issues, ethics. One, as I said before, in finance, there are 200 reference models, you may call them, which are used for assessments in companies in order to identify the ethical standards. Now, of course, you may imagine that larger organizations and more important organizations like the European Commission, the OECD, the United Nations, by the SDGs and the UNESCO. They all jumped into that. There are other big organizations like the International Workers Association in Geneva, for example. Is that you name them and you will find out there's no organization today which is not concerned about the issue of ethics. My personal affiliation is because I'm a computer scientist. And I'm a member since, I think, 40 years of the so-called IEEE, for those between you who have a background in natural science or in technology or in IT, etc. IEEE certainly has a certain important role because this is the standardization organization which also engages in education, in standard setting, running conferences, mainly in subjects of technology. The interesting thing was that IEEE in 2017 decided we cannot advise our members, they have more than 400,000 members, to continue to work without any kind of ethical reference standards. So the idea was that they collected the intellectual power of IEEE in order to get some insights how engineers, how natural scientists could think about how, after which criteria systems should be constructed, how the engineering of systems should be guided. And this was a very successful project. They published this book, which is called Ethically Aligned Design, which is about what are the ethical standards to be followed by engineers in order to produce technical systems. I don't want to go into the way they did it because it's described on the right side. I rather would show you, without expecting you to go to all the details, what they are looking at. They are looking at data governance. Generally, they are looking about AIs, artificial intelligence roles. For example, when you are creating autonomous systems might be self-driving cars, etc. There's a lot of interesting discussion on moral biases. When you construct software for self-driving cars, you know certainly that famous story when a car comes into an accident situation and there's a situation either a child or an old person could be hit. And the interesting result, which IEEE also made, was that they found out that the perception, what should happen in Far East, for example, in China, is perfectly different to what people decide in the Western world. In the Western world, let's say it bluntly, but don't quote me in this way, they would say, okay, the old person should become the victim. In the East, it would be just the opposite. That was a result, meaning I'm not saying that I'm responsible for this type of. Anyway, what I want to tell you, this is the first time in the history of a standardization organization that they published a document which is around 1,000 pages, where they give some guidance for engineers how to decide in specific decisions they have to make as engineers. Now, the concern in Europe has been taken up for some reasons. You may remember the famous story when Microsoft set up a chatbot. I think it was called Trias, I think, when they opened a chatbot for discussing social issues, and then it turned out within one day that the whole thing went totally in the wrong direction. It was becoming a racist and a very bad discussion. And so the European Commission woke up and said, hey, artificial intelligence is doing something wrong. So this was one of the motivations. They said we have to set up a high-level expert group, which they did. And the high-level expert group came out with 7 requirements, which I just put here in the headlines, which is mainly about and now we come to the points which have been discussed in this room already: technical robustness, safety, privacy, data governance, transparency, meaning this was part of the presentation before, for example, and diversity, non-discrimination, fairness, environmental and societal well-being, and last but not least, accountability. Now, it's not only that the European Union has a concern about this in the United States. By the way, I should say by my observation, the European Commission and the European Union is ahead in this discussion in front of the United States. But nevertheless, the United States, the standardization bodies also picked up this motivation. And this is more or less allocating what the NIST, which is a National Institute of Standardization, picked up. And they have a different way to organize things, but more or less they are addressing the same issues. Now, of course, there is no one standard. There's not one size fits it all. If you are going in different fields like medical sciences, for example, or life sciences, natural sciences, you will find out that the standards they are in, or let's say the criteria in ethics they are looking at are perfectly different. Just to give you an idea, that in medicine, it's more about informed consent. It's about human dignity, justice, things like that. Whilst in life sciences, it's more about things like animal welfare, ecosystems integrity, sustainability. And finally, in the natural sciences, it's about principles of good science, making good science, science integrity, data correctness, and things like that. So what you may conclude from that, the big discussion on ethics is being divided after the different branches and the different interest groups. Now, one example which I found very interesting, which is a so-called light tower, meaning one of the most famous current science project is about brain research. And this was from a recent discussion on the level of the European Union. What I wanted to show by this picture is that brain research people who are working on an unsafe ground, because these people have no specific ethical references where they start from, what can be done. Can you go for animal trials and things like that? So what they do is they involve a broad network of stakeholders, and they hope that integrating a lot of different aspects, putting a lot of different spotlights on the subject, they may come to conclusion what is allowed and what is not allowed. Now, finally, I come to the end. IEEE, after they had made such a good experience with the ethical aligned design, they started a few months ago a project which they call Planet Positive. And the Planet Positive movement or project is about to collect the common or the collective intellectual power of the members of the IEEE, as I said, 400,000 people, which is quite a number, to think about how the short-term planet savings criteria, which are as a milestone for the year 2030, how they can be achieved. So the idea is what technologies can be achieved, must be applied and must be developed, etc., in order to achieve the famous IPCC milestone for the year 2030. I engaged in that because I will have a long-lasting relationship with IEEE. In the first instance, in the Committee for Economics and Regulation, they had in total 12 different committees, which are all engaging in different subjects. And I'm sorry that this cannot be moved, but there is a 13th one you should just conclude, which is called the Arts Committee. And the interesting story, which I had discussed with the managing director of this project, was that he said, well, we are all educated as engineers to find, let's say, formal methods in order to get the job done. The job done means that we find the technologies and the methods in order to achieve the short-term climate goals, but we don't touch the hearts and the emotions of people. And so we discussed it and came to the conclusion that arts could be the instrument in order to address people on a wider range and to understand that it's not only a matter of specialists, a few engineers and scientists to get the things right, also the larger population must be addressed. So since I was initiating that discussion, I was ending up as one of the two co-chairs of this committee, which I am now. The whole work has started just on the 18th, meaning 2 days ago. First meeting of this committee. So if there's anyone in your community, maybe friends of you who are experts in how arts can play a role in the change to happen, you are cordially invited to contact me. Now let's find out. I think I come to the end. Should come to the end. Doesn't work. Here we are. Thank you very much for your attention. Here are my address, and if we have time, we are pretty late, I know. We may have some discussions or some points to be discussed. Thank you.
I would like to thank you so much for also following the conference before for such an interesting presentation. And you knew already your very interesting and rich background and share with us the perspective about ethics since from a more theoretical point of view, but also with your background in a practical background as well. No? I cannot avoid thinking since a twofold activity as academic, but also in entrepreneurial activity, that when I was studying my PhD and developing the research in order to create the model, no, and how to create long business term relationships. And the fact of the matter is that personal values that were identified during this research and interview these CEOs, business decision makers from the sector, from different fields, from royal to business activity and so on, that first of all, it was identified the gratitude, trust, trustworthiness, confidence, transparent ethics, no, and also applying resilience, because it's not easy to emprehend, to develop a business activity, and also developing empathy. We all know that it's much easier to develop empathy when we have lived the experience that other person is living at that moment. However, it's kind of more difficult to apply empathy when we are dealing with people from different backgrounds, from different beliefs, with different norms and different attitudes. So in these cases, in order to apply ethics, it's very important to know how to negotiate. You know, but we really don't need a negotiation. Yes, we need. Do you know why you need a negotiation? Abilities, because to create a business, we need people. People comes with a different propensity to trust. So if you engage in a 5-minute solution in a meeting that we are introduced now, we're not going to have the same level of trust that is developed during the years. So if we depend on people, when you talk about ethics, ethics are considered by actions, beliefs, but taken by people. In order to build relations, again, it's people, personal relations, business relationships, we need people. And so if you have your ethical behavior, we are going to be able to create this network of context of business relationship and of friends. Once we have that, in order to go to the next step, that is to create a joint business activity, we need to trust our counterparty, third parties that could interact in the process. And after that is that this business is going to be successful or not. If it's successful and it brought outcome or financial outcome, it's easier to want to interact again to create another business and again. However, if that outcome was negative, would you have the propensity to engage with this person again? or would you like to finish the relationship? And this, when you're talking about business, much more difficult yet is when you're talking about personal relationships. So at the end, in order to create wealth, in order to create sustainable wealth creation in this world that we are living nowadays, with the easy and fast of access of information, and also having to account different backgrounds from different cultures, different countries, and also not just different fields, like you mentioned now, life science, medical sciences, that has a set of norms that's considered ethical. Also, the country says certain beliefs that are considered ethical or not, and in some country what is considered ethical and another one is not to be considered the same, without counting the difference of each person. So social psychology, emotional intelligence, negotiation ability, all of this leads to a successful or not successful business relationship. So thank you so much, you all. I would like, for example, going on like it was with my research, I have a question, follow my friends before, and I'm also going to open to the public, and also see if somebody would have some question from the remote audience. In this case, I would like to ask Guilherme, Simon, Gunther, and also Mikkel, if you could mention very briefly 2 examples of situations or personal values that you experienced and made you want to be willing to collaborate with this business partner or collaborator in the future, and also an example of the situation or with the lack of ethical behavior that you made you give up in that collaboration for the future. What was positive and what was the negative experience that you have in your such long-lasting experience, career experience that you have? If you could please share with me that. Two simple examples, yeah.
So, okay, it works. China, I always put examples with China because it's easy for me. Well, there was negotiating one joint venture, okay? That everything in the negotiation, we asked something, they told us, yes, we want to have a 2%, how to call, headquarters fee. Okay, yes, I give you 2% headquarters fee in the joint venture. Perfect. Everything was yes. We signed very quickly. 2 months later, he was with his own business, he was competing with us. After 2 months with his own business, he was competing with the joint venture. Of course, this was a very, very short, okay? So in China, I recommend, because in the other side, the first one, the one I explained you before, okay? It was a long, very long negotiation, hard, where we had to explain everything, we had to go dinner, we had to create trust. But afterwards, after we signed the agreement, everything was running smoothly, not perfect, smoothly, okay? So, I mean, at the end, it's two sides of the same coin in China. Easy negotiations, disaster, difficult negotiation, smooth operations. Yes. Okay.
Two anecdotes. The one was when I had my own company in Germany, and I had a negotiation with a French company, a larger one, where in France you have the constitution of the president director, so 2 roles in one. This is a very important personality. So we negotiated, and we had a kind of an opinion, but what happened was he stood up and said, okay, I'll let you know tomorrow what my decision is. This was very much amazing to me, and this was also indicating a cultural difference between France and Germany. And the second example was in my own career when I was a managing director of the Austrian Institute of Technology. There was, we were two managing directors, the one responsible for administration and I was responsible for the research. And you know, when you have two, you always need to decide who has the priority, the last word, so to speak. So the minister said, okay, negotiate it with me. and at the end, he took a decision against me. And I was so much upset because he was making the promise to me that I would be the one. And the answer was, yes, we had not the meeting in my office. We met in a coffee house. So you should have concluded from that my statement is not valid. So what I want to say by this, these are two different cultural approaches, which meaning these are two examples out of my life where I learned that the cultural context is very much depending.
Simon, would you like to?
Yeah, so I can relate to, actually it's a recent experience on the positive side. And it's in the Middle East actually. Ex-partner from several years ago that we hadn't been in touch, but had a very fruitful collaboration and there was really trust at a personal level. Was interested in a blockchain program and representing some some activities we wanted to conduct in the Middle East. He actually came to me and said, you know, I completely trust whatever deal you're going to propose to me. And I actually insisted that I wanted him to see the deal before taking the commitment that I would. And I think the fact that, I mean, the one thing that, and we came to an agreement and we're going to have interesting meetings in the coming days, but the ethical thing was to, on that basis, to know that we were going to go for a long-term collaboration and to think about the interest of the other and to protect the interest of the other, because this is the only way you can set the right basis for a fruitful entrepreneurship collaboration. And this is the way we've done it. And he had said yes before seeing the agreement. He said yes after signing the agreement. So we're good.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience, Simon. I do not know if Michael would like also to say something.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I also have like just 3 examples. One example is that I really like when negotiating partners or business partners, they, for instance, come to me and refer me to other businesses, that when you have such a good business relationship and respect that sometimes I hear that new business partners to me are coming to me because some of my other customers or business partners have recommended me. You know, I think that if we as businesses, even though we are doing business with each other, if we can also help each other expand business, recommend each other, that is one of the positive qualities I really look for in business partners, as well as I also like to recommend my business partners whenever possible to other people. Now, one of the things that turns me off is the lack of respect and communication. And I think you and I, Eloisa, knows about this, that sometimes you're trying to do business with people that are not responding or are keeping you waiting, not being honest or truthful about whether or not they are wanting to do business, whether or not they have intentions of collaborations, because I never want people to collaborate with me if they don't can or want to do it. I just want to know, do they want or do they not? So if people will not give clear answers or give me timeline for when business can be conducted, you know, I don't find that behavior necessarily unethical. I just find it unprofessional. And then one last thing about cultural issues. I once negotiated a deal with Cristiano Ronaldo, the soccer player, and his agent. And I traveled to Porto to meet his agent with the intention of closing the deal. But when I was on the airplane to Porto, I started preparing the last things on cultural issues. And it came to me that Portugal is more of a relationship-oriented culture than the Danish culture. The Danish culture is a bit more Western-oriented in terms of being ready to do business with people they don't know. So I actually decided on the airplane not to put the contract on the table and not to try to get a signature during my visit in Porto, but instead to get to know the person on the other side, get to know about his family and his favorite port wine and his favorite restaurant, and then actually go to that restaurant and show him the respect of going to the places that he recommended me to go when I was in Porto. And then I returned back to Denmark without a signed agreement, but the week after we signed the agreement, because now we had a relationship and the culture had been connected by me not pushing the deal, but pushing the relationship. So again, cultural issues, even though the world is getting more and more globalized, I think still respect for cultural differences is very important when we do international business. So those are just the three things from me. I have a paddle match coming up in 20 minutes, so I have to run shortly.
Thank you so much also for your examples, Mikel. I thank you very much. So I see here that there are some questions from the audience, but I do not know if we still, but I think maybe it's from before. I do not know, maybe from before. Okay, so no problem. So, yeah. Okay, so thank you. So in this case, I just would like to conclude this session. If the audience would have some question for them now, I know that it's late, but I wouldn't like you without the possibility to ask if you would like to comment something. Okay, so we gave us concluded then. So I would like to conclude. Thank you all very much, Simon, Guilherme, Gunther, and Mikel for being here with us today and sharing this. Such interesting knowledge with us. And also I would like to be grateful. I would like to be grateful to Dr. José Maria Viedma and to Julià Manzanas, because without you both, I would not be a member of the New Club of Paris, and I would not be here in the commission of the Accede. So thank you so much from my heart. I'm very grateful. And I also would like to thank you, all of you here today, from the board of the New Club of Paris, from my friends and my family, present here today. And with the last message that I would like to conclude is that without the ethical behavior, we don't build trust. Without the trust, we don't build business relationships. And without business relationships, we don't make entrepreneurial activity. And without entrepreneurial activity, we very difficultly are going to create sustainable wealth creation. So thank you all, and expect to meet you in a new meeting.
Yes, yes. Yes, because of the time. So, my dear friends, I will be very briefly, just 1 minute to say goodbye and to thank you. So, in behalf of New Club of Paris, I would like to thank you very much for organizing this great event. William, Eloisa, and José Maria, thank you very much. And College, the Economist de Catalunya, I don't know if if I spell it correctly, Asio and Asid also for this great opportunity. It was 2 days of much dialogue and learning, much learning. I think the most cited words were people, technology, and impact. I mean, in different perspectives, but people, technology, and impact. So for a sustainable future, we need to move those 3 words together in a harmonious way. So to finish, I would also make the New Club of the Paris open to the components that were invited to be here and were presented. Yesterday, I participated in a panel with very interesting researchers company. So I think it would be an opportunity for cooperation between the New Club of Paris and those Catalan companies that presented here, especially Asio and Asid. So once more, thank you very much.
Okay, well, we can go for the lunch. And thank you very much for attending the session. And thank you very much for being here in the Col·legi d'Economistes de Catalunya. Thank you for all our knowledge that you are sharing today and and yesterday. And well, we will see you outside these doors, okay? And as our founder always says, happy future.